guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The risk of severe weather, including tornadoes, is continuing for millions of Americans from Iowa to northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. It's part of a severe weather outbreak forecast across the plains and Midwest, bringing the risk of dangerous thunderstorms from northern Missouri into Wisconsin. The defense and prosecution have rested in their case in the hush money trial against former President Donald Trump. The jury has been dismissed until next Tuesday, when closing arguments will begin. The former president's legal spokeswoman, Alina Habba, tells Fox News her client is innocent of the allegations against him and argues the prosecution's case is falling apart.
It is a show. It's a Biden show trial, that's for sure. If you look at the audience that's sitting there, if you look at the lack of evidence, and you look at how they are literally floundering because they have no case and it's coming out.
In an effort to try again, Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, says he's filed cloture on a motion to proceed with the Bipartisan Border Act for a vote on Thursday. The same border bill lawmakers negotiated for months earlier this year before it was eventually canned.
By any objective measure, it's strong, tough, and realistic. This is the same bipartisan border bill Republicans pushed for, then backed away when they got orders from President Trump, made an about-face, turned, and then voted no.
The cargo ship that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge is now safely docked at the Port of Baltimore. The Dolly was refloated during high tide Monday, and 5 tugboats helped guide the massive vessel the 2.5 miles to the marine terminal. That's where the ship, which still has a portion of roadway from the bridge on its bow, will remain for weeks. It's been 8 weeks since the collapse occurred, killing 6 people. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Fed Reserve Governor Chris Waller says further interest rate increases are probably unlikely. Speaking Tuesday, Waller saying another hike was probably unnecessary, citing data that shows inflation is not rising. While he adds the central bankers should never say never, he said the data looks promising. Speaking on the Senate floor Tuesday, Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is speaking about the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border, criticizing President Biden and suggesting he made the issue worse.
3 years on the job, President Biden's failure to perform one of the most basic functions of his office isn't endearing. It's not some impressive sign of left-wing bona fides.
A popular ice cream maker is announcing a new flavor to beat the summer heat. The trick will be finding the ice cream. As we hear from USA News' Corey Myers.
Bluebell Ice Cream just can't stop themselves. The ice cream brand was so happy with the success last year of their special flavor Dr. Pepper Float ice cream that they are continuing the tradition. This year, they're welcoming A&W Root Beer Float ice cream to store freezers. Unfortunately, the flavor isn't in freezers everywhere. Bluebell only sells their product in 23 states. Not sure how ice cream holds up in the mail, but you can order it online.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Alrighty, hi there. Welcome aboard. Are you ready to kick off a brand new day? All right, ready or not, here we go. We will turn the page on the calendar. 22nd day of May. So midweek coming on, we like to call it Hump Day, as we roll toward the big holiday weekend. The unofficial kickoff of summertime is coming our way. And it is getting close enough where forecasters are getting a pretty good handle who will be enjoying outdoor weather, who's going to be moving the barbecue indoors. Of course, a lot of activity all over the country with remembrances, parades that'll be taking place. As we remember, Memorial Day weekend is about those who have paid the ultimate price. So a lot of action, of course, sporting events, big racing weekend, whether it's your local dirt track, the Indianapolis 500, the Coca-Cola 600. A lot of action coming our way. So as we make our way into a new day, we'll break down some of the latest. Of course, get ready. Especially in the next couple of days, the highways will begin to get very, very active. AAA said, 44 million people expected to do some traveling. And that's people going at least 50 miles away from home. Those short trips don't count. So the highways are going to be packed and stacked. But first things first, welcome to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Indeed, we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It is a comfortable night, a very summer-like night outside the secret bunker at 76 degrees. Skies pretty much clear, a little bit hazy out there, but there are others out there that are not having a good night. Matter of fact, prayers for those impacted. We do know there are multiple fatalities. They will not confirm a number at this point. Forecasters for days had been telling us a severe weather outbreak would begin to get underway on Tuesday. Iowa was pretty much square in the bullseye zone for impactful weather, and indeed that is what they've seen. We can tell you what we have at this point. The Iowa State Patrol confirming multiple fatalities in Greenfield after a tornado blew through the Adair County this past afternoon. Sergeant Alex Dinkla made the announcement at a news conference Tuesday evening. Small town USA, a town of about 2,000 people. Now, he said an official number will not be released until later today, sometime on Wednesday. Now, he said while officials believe everyone at this point has been accounted for, search efforts were ongoing as a measure of due diligence. He said about a dozen people were transported with injuries in the aftermath of that storm. Parts of the town devastated. Mounds of broken wood, branches, car parts, other debris littering lots where homes once stood. Cars lay busted and bent. Damaged homes skewed against the gray overcast sky. Trees stood barely. No branches or leaves left. But residents coming out, helping one another, trying to salvage furniture and other belongings from the mounds of debris. Many homes barely left standing. One resident whose husband owns Griff's Garage in Greenfield said, despite all the destruction, this small community is resilient. We're a tough community. We'll rebuild together. We're small but mighty. Griff's Garage was among the structures in the town leveled by the tornado. She said her husband was not in the garage when it was hit. The sheriff announced a mandatory curfew that is in effect till 7 a.m. Wednesday morning, and that'll probably be re-upped for several days to come. The only people who will be allowed into the city of Greenfield, according to the sheriff, are those who have Greenfield addresses on their ID. There was also a reunification point for survivors at Nottoway Valley High School, which has also served as a temporary shelter tonight. The Adair County Health System Hospital in Greenfield was damaged in the storm as well. Mercy One spokesman said that there were no further details The hospital is affiliated with Mercy One. The Mercy One family, heartbroken by this devastating storm impacting Greenfield. We are working collaboratively with resources on site to ensure the well-being of our colleagues. Dinklage confirmed a retirement center was also hit by the tornado as well. Did not know if that resulted in any injuries there. There were multiple tornadoes reported across Iowa as anticipated Tuesday afternoon. As we said, we know there is one confirmed fatality southwest of Des Moines. That was Adams County. Drone video showing massive destruction in the Greenfield area. In addition to a possible tornado tearing into the town of Red Oak, Iowa. Another suspected tornado was captured on camera just before 5 p.m. as it moved across a highway and ripped through farmland in Stanton, Iowa. AccuWeather forecaster Tony Lubbock was on the scene as that tornado crossed US 34. He also shot a video of the Stanton twister and the damage it caused to at least one home there. These massive wind turbines that we're all familiar with, several of those massive wind turbines destroyed, snapped over like toothpicks by a tornado near Prescott, Iowa this past afternoon. There was one storm chaser that was actually catching that destruction live. Several of these turbines were on the ground on fire. Through Tuesday night, as we continue into the overnight hours here, they do say the prime ingredients remain in place for dangerous quick tracking storms to flourish from Missouri to Wisconsin. At this hour, there are several areas that remain under tornado watches, from central to northeast Arkansas, southeast and east central portions of Missouri. Another watch box extending up through north central Illinois into south central and southeastern portions of Wisconsin tonight. There had been a couple of active tornado watches, or warnings rather, in the past hour. I believe those should be expiring here in the next couple of minutes. So indeed, we'll keep an eye on things as we make our way through the overnight hours. Several strong tornadoes will be possible across Iowa into northwest Illinois and southwestern Wisconsin. That zone, they were concerned of the time frame, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. local time, so that's still the next couple of hours. The expectation is we're going to have a line of strong thunderstorms with damaging winds and the risk for embedded tornadoes that will move from the northwest suburbs of Chicago and then race into the city. AccuWeather kind of citing what we witnessed in Houston with that damaging wind event last week as even more reason for residents to be prepared for potentially dangerous conditions. Those located in that risk area, be aware where you can take shelter. Have multiple ways to receive those alerts tonight. Now, on the current radar scene, indeed, it's not like it's widespread activity, but there are several strong lines. One has passed east of Green Bay. That's going to cross the lake, and if it holds together, that'll be moving into northern portions of lower Michigan here in the next couple of hours. Then there's a separate strong line that starts south of Green Bay. That is now east of Madison, Wisconsin. But that's the line that had been prompting several tornado warnings within the past 45 minutes or so. Additional shower and thunderstorm activity, not seeing the reaching severe limits at this point, but eastern portions of Illinois, some of those are going to be pushing into western Indiana the next couple of hours. Looks like some stronger storms from right about Effingham back to east of St. Louis, Illinois. Then you get down into parts of Missouri. You get these, this is really when you talk about the supercells, it's not a line of storms, but individual cells, which are notorious for producing tornadic activity. I have a bit of a line of thunderstorms stretching from about just southeast of Rolla, Missouri, to down just east of Springfield, Missouri. Then out and ahead of that, numerous clusters of stronger storms Again, that's why there are tornado watches that remain in effect in those areas for the next several hours. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, looks like Mother Nature finally got the memo. The unofficial start to summer is rapidly approaching, and the heat and humidity are on the rise in the Northeast. The uptick in steamy weather will come with some stormy consequences, of course. Temperatures will be peaking today, Wednesday afternoon, in the Northeast. Widespread highs from the middle to upper 80s. Some areas topping the 90-degree mark for the first time this year. And the humidity levels are going to make it feel that much steamier. We'll break some of that down. The I-95 corridor, yes, up in Horsefeather's neck of the woods, looks like they're going to get hot, hot, hot for a Wednesday afternoon. So welcome aboard. We'll check in with some of our listening friends coming up here. Who's on board out of the box as we start the new day? And, of course, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Feel free to give us updates on what's happening out there. Big Ed, I see he just posted here a moment ago. I'm damn glad this day is over. Now, why were you giving me 7 kinds of... I saw your little post earlier. He said, Steve, you're full of, shish kebab. When did I tell you the weather was going to be fine in Minnesota? He was rolling through some of those torrential rains in Minnesota earlier today. Big Ed, feel free to give us a full report, but just don't cuss me on the air, if you know what I mean. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, so what a day it was there in Iowa. Had a separate update. I was just browsing through here. Nearly all of Iowa, southwestern Wisconsin, western Illinois, northern Missouri were in that risk zone. Level 4 out of 5 this past day. Earlier, the afternoon hours, National Weather Service had issued a statement declaring this a particularly dangerous situation. Now, as we know now, heavy damage occurring throughout Iowa. Radar images were picking up debris being lifted 40,000 feet in the air in Greenfield with that monster tornado. Pieces of sheet metal were reported to be falling from the sky approximately 30 miles away. Damage also reported in Carbon and Villisca, Iowa. It's all from an area of low pressure, along with the trailing cold front that was moving into Minnesota. Upper level winds also encouraged the formation of long-lasting severe thunderstorms with those rotating updrafts or supercells. All right, so as the night progresses, we could still see some stronger storm and enhanced risk. Yeah, Chicago, Milwaukee, Kansas City, Missouri. And the enhanced zone has a lower tornado threat, but there's still a pretty significant threat of high winds. And then there's a broader area, folks, that are under the slight risk. Big Ed, so you made it through anyway. Are you with me?
I'm with you, and I apologize. After I posted that, I thought, I better put a disclaimer on that because somebody's going to think I'm talking about Steve Summers.
Yeah, right.
I was not talking about you. I got another friend, Steve, that lives up there. He's out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, and, we're always exchanging weather and, what part of the country we're running in. And I'm going over here. I'm going to drop down into northern Illinois with my load, and I was telling him, I said, I'm thinking that I thought, I'm going to get to Sioux Falls. I might drop down and bring 80 back across. I said, because I think they're going to get some good weather across Minnesota.
Yeah.
And, it'd probably be easier to go across 80, but then 80 is so rough, and really there's less traffic up here across 90. And he said, no. He said, you better stay on 90. He said, I was in the bullseye, about tornadoes and
right,
what have you.
Right.
I thought, okay. And, but man, after I hit Sioux Falls, South Dakota, it seemed like I just run right along there, storm after storm after storm, and the wind, and I'm sitting there about total weight about 7,000 to 8,000 pounds, and it was flat on me all over the darn road. Well, at that time, if you looked at video, that water's going across sideways across the interstate. You can see it just blowing.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, it started swirling out there in front of me, which at that time I threw the phone down. It started swirling, and then I started picking up tree limbs out there in front of me, flying around out there in front of me, and I thought, damn, there's a downdraft out here. And I just happened to get lucky and boom, hit a ramp. And man, I got the heck off that interstate. That's when I said tornado on the ground. And but it was raining so hard I couldn't see.
Mm-hmm.
So if there was one on the ground, I didn't see it because it was wrapped in rain. But
yep.
All the indications were there was a downdraft right there where I was at, and I was right in the middle of it.
Wow.
And man, it was just then it was knocking this truck around. But like I said, I got lucky, and there was a ramp, and I got off the interstate, and me and about 15 others at the same time. So whether it was an actual tornado or just a downdraft, because of the supercells, they were just feeding right through there.
Absolutely.
And it seemed like the whole time I run started there east of Sioux Falls, and I didn't get out of the storms until I just right there at La Crosse. I finally hit that one. I think that was hitting around Des Moines. I was talking to my friend Steve that I had said he was full of crap, and we was going over the weather, and he said, "Well, here's a big superstorm coming out of Des Moines," and he said that was Massive Purple, probably the one that hit down there at Greenfield, because it was southwest. And so we was trying to figure, well, where am I going to intercept that storm? Because I knew I was going to intercept it somewhere. And by the time I got to La Crosse, it come across that we was in a tornado, and it was suggesting to get off the road and find shelter. And I pulled over and I sat an hour there, and finally these storms got out ahead of me, and and I'm over here just west of Madison, and then right now all's quiet, and I hope it stays that way all night. But man, that today was just, like I say, I pulled over 3 different times, Steve.
Wow.
The weather just got so dang bad. And I sat an hour each time thinking, well, this front will get on out there in front of me, and it just kept feeding them storms up through here. So Minnesota was, even though they got a lot of high winds, you can see all limbs along the interstate and what have you, been over trees. It sounded like they really got beat up down there in Iowa.
They got walloped. Yes, they did. Yep.
So I'll disclaim that. I didn't mean for you to.
Well, I was
bad
thinking to myself,
you.
I hadn't talked to Big Ed for 2 or 3 days, and when the heck did I tell him it was going to? I was thinking.
I was going to.
Go ahead.
I was going to kick the show on and try to get the weather report from yesterday. And then every time I would think about it, I'd get caught up in another nasty windstorm. Are you there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah, I thought maybe you hung up on me.
No, we got
but every time I thought,
we do have a news break coming up, Ed, so I will pause you there. It's 29 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. All right, here comes a hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Donald Trump's defense team is concluding its case in his criminal hush money trial. The New York judge advised the jury to adjourn for Tuesday and to return for summations next Tuesday after Memorial Day. The judge expressed hope that the jury would begin deliberations by Wednesday. 5 Americans are detained in Turks and Caicos on ammunition possession charges, with the U.S. unable to secure their release. The arrests occurred over the past 5 months due to strict local laws against ammo and firearm possession. A group of lawmakers visited on Monday to facilitate their release, but were unsuccessful. Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced that salvage crews have made enormous progress at the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse site. On Tuesday, Moore noted that they expect an additional 20 vessels and barges to pass through the Port of Baltimore's public terminals over the next week. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here as we kick off a Wednesday. All right, Big Ed, thanks for hanging in there.
Have you ever, thanks for holding me. Have you ever actually seen tornado up close?
I have not.
I mean, because, which I've probably in my lifetime, maybe 5 or 6 I've seen, and I'm talking about well-defined tornadoes. Probably the closest I've been to one was maybe a mile. I was a mile south of it, and I had pulled over and I was just watching it because I was so awestruck by it, and all of a sudden I'm sitting there watching it, and then that tail whips to the south, and I couldn't get the hell out of there fast enough because, you know, those suckers will shift. Like what you see on TV, that tail just spinning and going left and right. And they will, and it dawned on me when I seen it shift south. I thought, oh, hell, you damn fool. That sucker could whip right over here and get on top of you. And, boy, I was in my car, and I was hauling behind, you know. That's the last time I ever did that. But anymore, I've seen them maybe 3 or 4 miles from a distance, and they're still, it's an awesome sight to behold, to watch one. You know, you can see the damage that it's done, but it's just a force of Mother Nature that you can witness as it's unfolding. You know, what is going on, where you can't. Well, you know, the hurricane, all you're witnessing is the wind. And then an earthquake, you know, you feel the movement. But that tornado, I don't know, that's just something else. And so, but I've seen enough of weather patterns. When I'm out here driving, I know what to be looking for. You know, it was just a little over a year ago, I was coming through the mountains. I don't know if you ever seen that video, which I've got a video of it. It was a tornado coming out of a storm, and I called it a cold weather tornado, but it was a well-defined tornado coming over the top of the mountain. It started, and then it just come rolling off the mountain. But it's an awesome sight. But I was going to try to listen to because I always get up in the mornings and I try to listen to your weather report, you know, from the previous show. And every time I thought about kicking you on, I'd get in another nasty storm and winds blowing and everything, and I just never could kick the program on from the last night.
And to keep both hands on the wheel, right?
I'll guarantee you. But so, I don't know. I apologize. I'll probably leave it lay and let people think that you're a turd.
You've never done that before.
But anyway, love you, Steve, and love the show, and everybody be safe out there.
Thank you for the update. Thank you.
Right quick, Steve.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right quick, Steve. Because I'm going to be around southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois till probably about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Is that same crap supposed to be rolling through there, or do you know?
Well, I mean, right now the really bad side was the eastern side. That's what you were in today. The wraparound is right now. The wraparound's kind of passing through Minneapolis. It should all be east of you tomorrow.
And then I seen where almost like a hurricane, right?
Yep.
Going up into Canada.
Yep, correct.
So, all right, Steve, we do appreciate you. Love y'all, and everybody be safe. Thank you, sir.
Have a great night, Ed. Good to hear from you, as always. Okay, let me flip over out of the box. Who do we have this morning? Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve, and the entire crew. Hello to Marianne. Kevin joins us. Morning, Steve. A warm one today we had in the state of Ohio. Jerry says, good morning, everybody. Let me living in Indiana in May. Thank you, Steve, for putting on a great show. Thank you to everyone that runs up and down the road to keep us stocked up with everything we need. Praying for Tony Jarrett, the owner of J&J Trucking here in Kokomo, as cancer is winning the battle he's fought so hard. All right, good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 76. Platkill, New York tonight. See, it's warm in the Northeast there, right? You're going to see a pretty hot one there today. It's round number 2 to Schenectady tonight. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina at 66 degrees, Columbus bound. All right, Norman, hello from north central Kansas at the home 20. 60 degrees, clear skies. Hauled a box trailer home today from Ottawa, Kansas. It had been sitting since 2007. I can't believe the lights even worked. Wish I could say the same for the tires. Only one blowout. Everybody have a good morning. All right. Okay, we talked to Big Ed there. Eskimo Mom. I guess we're starting a new week, right? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Monday, or whatever day it is. Hope you're having a good night so far. We're rolling back from a drop-in hook at one of our Cincinnati stores. No clue what I'll be doing when I get back this time around. Prayers going out to those affected by the severe weather this past day. For us, it looks like maybe later today when we might get some severe weather. Right now, clear, hazy skies at times, a little breezy, but 79 on I-75 in the state of Ohio. It is a very summer-like night, isn't it? Warm out there. High winds today in South Kansas. Horse feathers. Hey, Mike, what day is it? I don't know. You tell me. Good morning, Steve. Hello, Russell. Hope y'all are doing well at the secret bunker. Wow, 82 and clear. Been here at work since 8 p.m. It's a long night till 8 a.m. Doing a little bit of overtime. All you truckers, be safe out there. My God bless you safely to your destinations. Again, appreciate what you all do. Everybody take care out there. Be safe. Have a good night. All right. Oh, by the way, waiting on the closing arguments with the Trump trial, which will not take place till after Tuesday. Yes, so I think the trial, they've rested, right? They've ended, and Wednesdays have been the off day, but with the holiday weekend coming up, no more action in the trial till Tuesday of next week. And many legal analysts, as they have been over and over, saying, there's nothing to see here. There is no crime. 5-7, copy the mail. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to Buckeye Boy coming up here. First, I want to get to the CNI dog. Been hanging in there a few minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, in the Chicago area, the winds were kind of light at first. I was wondering if we're going to get any rain by 9:30, 10:30, but no rain ever happened. We got the high winds. You can probably hear it in the background. There is a lot of dust south of 80. The gusts of winds were pretty hard at first. You could see the dust kicking off the tires, just like if you were driving through the snow. That's how much dust is blowing around in the air out here.
Wow.
So you might want to close the vent on your vehicle so you're not breathing in that dust. And don't be riding a motorcycle today.
Yeah, right.
Or this evening, I should say. Other than that, no rain at all in the Chicago area, which I was quite amazed. Had some old bumps on the windshield, hoping to clear them off with a little bit of rain there. But I seen the radar where it pushed a lot of rain up into the Wisconsin area on the radar. Other than that, we're doing good out here. Killing the fuel mileage a little bit. And it's getting a little bit better here by Pontiac. The Pontiac area is not as bad. The dust is not as bad. And I will be enjoying the show, Steve.
All right. Well,
Roving reporter here.
Thank you for the live report from the CNI dog there. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 70 degrees. I had some problems getting my delivery off at Ole Miss. The laborers that were arranged and scheduled out of Memphis by the shipper never showed up, so after about 2 hours of waiting for him to get some other help, I decided to handle it. I talked 3 construction guys who were around into helping me get the 2,250 pounds of machine down on my lift gate, up a little hill, then into the building where it was to be installed for $100. I got them to help me out for $100 each. Got it down in place, lickety split, no issues. Make the installer and my customer very happy. My upcoming California schedule may change a bit. I should know more on that tomorrow. I've got another stop. How about the puppet saying the Capitol was stormed on January 6th by a bunch of erectionists? His handlers had to walk back or correct nine of his different asinine comments from his speech in Detroit. How is this sack of bones, who has the key to the nuclear code, still holding office? In addition, our State Department sent their condolences, I heard that, yes, for the murdering terrorist president of Iran, who I say thankfully died in a helicopter crash in the mountains. It won't change anything in that country. They're still going to try and kill Americans and destroy Israel. But everybody have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, I mentioned the going to be a hot one today along the eastern seaboard. If you're looking to cool off some of those bodies of water, there's a big lag between how quickly the air heats up versus the water warming up. Most of the lake temperatures are still in the 50s and 60s. Very, very chilly. So a cold front, forecasters tell us, could trigger a tornado outbreak. Well, that's what's going on tonight. We'll press eastward Wednesday into Thursday as the cooler, less humid air behind that front clashes with the warm, humid conditions ahead. We will be looking for some stormy weather to erupt. This front's going to bring the potential for severe weather that will cut through the summer heat and all that mugginess. Thunderstorms expected to develop by the early afternoon hours on Wednesday across the upper Ohio Valley and travel eastward across the central Appalachians into the evening hours. So some strong, locally damaging winds, maybe some hail and downpours will accompany some of the stronger storms. Now, during any thunderstorm, regardless of severity, lightning is a major danger for those outdoors. That front dives further to the south and east by Thursday, which will put the major metro areas along the bustling I-95 corridor in the risk zone for locally severe thunderstorms. Similar to what we're going to see here midweek, storms could bring hail and damaging winds, flooding, downpours as well. There could be some showers and thunderstorms around Thursday morning, but most of these storms arrive in the big cities toward the evening commute, headed home. So you're going to add some travel time out there. Airline travelers may as well face some delays until the storms have cleared some of the major hubs. By Friday, a sweep of drier air arrives across New York and New England. Maybe just enough moisture and an approaching storm that may combine to keep some spotty showers around through the Ohio Valley and part of the Mid-Atlantic. Rain chances are expected to increase and expand in coverage across the Northeast over the extended Memorial Day weekend. Temperatures will be trending a bit lower into the weekend, but still going to be running probably 5 to 10 degrees above where we would typically be this time of year. All right, 844-3388. What do you say? Let's jump over to some industry headlines. I haven't seen, Lord Weiss hasn't checked in this morning. I don't know, did he check in last night? At some point, I mentioned that because I know that he's told us on more than one occasion that in the livestock hauling community, the bull haulers, the cattle haulers, it's a pretty tight-knit community. A lot of these guys know one another. The story from CDL Life, a truck driver found dead of a gunshot wound near his semi in Texas. Last week has been identified as a third-generation livestock hauler who was running a regular route. Third-generation livestock hauler and cowboy, 26-year-old Austin Wynn of Tecumseh, Oklahoma, found dead of a gunshot wound in the 10,000 block of South FM 1788 in Midland, Texas, near a truck stop. Now, here we are less than a week later. His family's asking for help in raising money for a reward fund to help the family get justice. His sister, Ashlyn Jones, says that Wynn had been to Presidio, and he always comes home, and that's an area, Midland, that he stops to get fuel on his way home. He runs that route anywhere from 1 to 3 times a week, that same route. Now, my brother had got off I-20 in 1788, and he had just sent my mom a text telling her Happy Mother's Day. I'll be home, like at 9:30. And that's when he sent that message to her. He'd been on the phone with his girlfriend talking to her, telling her the same thing, that I'll see you soon. That night, the sheriff showed up at my parents' between 10:30 and 11 a.m., telling them, my brother was found dead outside the truck. What we think happened, he pulled in there across the street from the Pilot on 1788 and I-20, and I believe he went to get a drink and maybe some food and came back out to the truck, and that's when everything apparently happened. He was hauling horses at the time through West Texas at the time of his death. 3 generations that have hauled horses and cattle, she explained. Our grandpa for 40 years. My dad is still hauling horses, and my brother had started hauling horses and cattle. With my husband working in the oil field, our family is down in the Midland, Odessa area all the time. This wasn't anything new for him to be there. We've been in contact with the Midland County Sheriff's Department, and as of right now, we have no news on the investigation. Right now, they're trying to pull footage from every place possible, where the truck was parked, where he came in on Interstate 20. At this point, we have no suspects, according to police, but the family's hopeful that a reward might help them get information they need. So they are saying in lieu of flowers, the family's asking anyone who could contribute to the reward fund, which is set up at the First National Bank on MacArthur Street in Shawnee, Oklahoma, in the name of Austin Wynn. Strange things that happen out there. You just never know. On the phone, I'll see you in a few hours, and something happens. All right, they're trying to share this information and get it out, via social media because, that's a pretty busy area. They said you never know who might come across that story and say, well, yeah, I was there. The smallest tip could lead to the bad person involved. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, yes, indeed, with another extended holiday weekend on the horizon here. We've seen this continued surge in cargo theft, and we talk about night after night. One industry insider is telling carriers be on high alert with their loads over the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. According to the recent data from CargoNet, which analyzed theft patterns from 2019 to last year. For the Memorial Day weekend, the period from Thursday prior to Memorial Day to the Wednesday after, an average of 29 incidents per year were reported over that 7-day stretch. The Jersey City-based data and information sharing company said the average loss per theft was at $264,000. That number being driven up in large part due to 3 thefts that exceeded $1 million in stolen cargo. About 17% of the recorded thefts over that time occurred on the Friday before the holiday, then the Tuesday and Wednesday after the holiday. Also, we saw a significant portion of the overall total, 15% of thefts being reported on each day. This could be partly due to shippers and receivers maybe returning from the long weekend, say like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and discovering the theft, so they all get reported at that point in time. Given these trends, it is crucial for supply chain stakeholders to enhance your security measures, particularly in those high-risk states and locations, and for the most targeted commodity categories. Increased vigilance with the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. They showed that food and beverage items were among the most stolen commodities over the holiday weekend, 24 of the reported incidents. Household items, 23 incidents. Electronics, 18 reported incidents. Those were rounding out the top 3. As far as where theft is most prevalent, As typically, California is the most at-risk state. 42 reported incidents, nearly doubling the state of Texas, which came in second with 22 reported incidents. Of course, cargo thefts is not isolated, as we know, to holiday weekends. Of course, earlier this month, CargoNet released their 2024 first quarter supply chain trends analysis, and recently saying theft activity had reached record highs in the first 3 months of the year, a staggering 925 incidents. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Fed Reserve Governor Chris Waller says further interest rate increases are probably unlikely. Speaking Tuesday, Waller saying another hike was probably unnecessary, citing data that shows inflation is not rising. While he adds the central bankers should never say never, he said the data looks promising. Speaking on the Senate floor Tuesday, Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is speaking about the ongoing illegal immigrant crisis at the southern border, criticizing President Biden and suggesting he made the issue worse.
3 years on the job, President Biden's failure to perform one of the most basic functions of his office isn't endearing. It's not some impressive sign of left-wing bona fide.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is discussing the war in Gaza while testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on Capitol Hill Tuesday. This comes on the heels of the International Criminal Court requesting arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, along with the Israeli Defense Minister and Hamas leaders. Secretary Blinken speaking against the decision.
That decision, as you said, on so many levels, is totally wrongheaded. We'll be happy to work with Congress, with this committee, on an appropriate response.
A new jobs report reveals California's unemployment rate in April was 5.3% for the third month in a row. California has the highest unemployment rate in the country, with the national average being 3.9%. Washington, D.C. was not far behind California with an unemployment rate of 5.2%, and Nevada was at 5.1%. Worth noting, California and D.C. have Democrats running the entire show in each state, and Nevada has a Republican governor, but a Democratic state house and Senate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former President Donald Trump says he'd love to talk about his hush money trial, but he can't. Trump addressing the media during a court break.
Remember, I'm gagged. I'm not allowed to say what I'd like to really say because you'd be very impressed, but I'm gagged.
The prosecution and defense have rested, the New York judge telling the jury they will hear final arguments next Tuesday. Millions of Americans are preparing to travel for the Memorial Day weekend. You're advised to once again pack your patience, as we hear from USA News' Corey Myers.
Everyone is ready to hit the road this weekend. AAA said it thinks about 43.8 million travelers will go 50 miles or more from home over the Memorial Day weekend. Gas prices will be about the same as last year, around $3.57 a gallon, but expect that to go higher as we get into the summer months. And if you're flying this coming weekend, be prepared to go through security with around 3.51 million people.
Researchers in Southern California are predicting doom if and when a massive glacier in Antarctica breaks off. University of California Irvine scientists discovering that warming ocean waters are rushing underneath a large group of glaciers, including the enormous glacier that is sometimes called the Doomsday Glacier. If sea levels rise an inch, coastal communities can be inundated with water. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard as we roll into a midweek Wednesday. All right, good morning, Steve, and all the truckers out there. Crip Shot checking in to the best radio show out there. Dominique on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello to Brett. There's Bidu checking in. Good morning. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. A little late to the party, aren't we? Hello, Pappy. How'd your long day at the range go? All right, he said, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. What day is it? Did I miss the official okie dokie from the horse feathers? Is it official? It's zombie day for this guy. Feeling like a zombie. I hear you. Okay. Yeah, it's a long day. All right, so you made it through another, right? Now, you haven't missed a thing. Nothing is official yet. Did get an email from No Handle Dave this past day. Steve, I was listening to the Monday podcast. Heard Dan in the conversation in regards to marijuana. I've never used and definitely believe we still need regulations and better roadside testing to combat DWI, but I do believe there are medical benefits to its use. My wife, who has severe back issues and takes hydrocodone every 6 hours with little to no relief, tried marijuana on our trip we took to New York City, found instant relief, and was actually able to sleep through the night for the first time in a long time. We visited a legal dispensary, and the amount of products available was mind-blowing. After a lot of questions, we got what the employee recommended, which was a low-dosage joint. She took about 4 hits and went back to the hotel for the night, and after about 20 minutes felt better than she'd felt in years. I did not partake because of my CDL. But after her experience, I agree with many about the medical benefits. Now, just like alcohol, you're going to have people who abuse it. So I think we need to figure out a better testing, just like we have with the breathalyzer for alcohol. Now, I do not condone any type of driving while intoxicated, be it drugs or alcohol. But I don't have an issue with anyone who wants a drink to relax or to use marijuana to relax as long as you're responsible. Now, you're going to have people who abuse both and aren't responsible, and that's where better testing would come in when it comes to driving. I will also say I'm not for the illegal purchase of marijuana, but from a legal dispensary where it's regulated and taxed just like alcohol, I don't have an issue. Last week you mentioned you had a couple of cabins still available for the cruise. Those were from my group. Between medical issues and having to take time off, I unfortunately won't have enough vacation time left to be able to go on the cruise. We were looking forward to meeting everyone, but maybe we'll get another chance in the future. Hopefully this won't be the last cruise you do. I also sent you an article to share with the other drivers who are going to be coming through Indy next month, so they can be prepared for another summer of traffic nightmares around Indy. I'm catching up on Monday and Tuesday's podcast today, and I'll be out there listening to the podcast for the rest of the week on my drive from Indy to Rock Island, Illinois, and back on a daily basis. So stay safe, drivers, and thank you, Steve, for all you do. All right, thank you, No Handle Dave. The Indy nightmare he is referencing, a large portion of I-465 southbound will close for a month as part of an upcoming project set to start at the end of May here. According to the Indiana DOT, crews will shut down I-465 southbound between I-70 and I-65 along that southeast corridor. Several ramps will also close. These changes affect only southbound I-465. Work is set to begin May 31st, which will include pavement restoration, bridge deck patching, and joint repairs. While a large portion of the interstate will be closed entirely, drivers will also encounter some lane restrictions on 465 southbound between 46th Street and the I-70 I-465 interchange. On weekdays, capacity will be reduced to 3 lanes along that stretch. It'll go down to 2 lanes on the weekends. Work is expected to last through the end of June. The recommended detour, I-70 westbound to I-65 southbound. So it's going to be another beautiful summer of construction in and around Indianapolis, which this project's been going on forever and a day, hadn't it? Meanwhile, good morning to Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Steve, what day is it? What day is it? It's Wednesday. I'll leave the other one for horse feathers. How about that?
Okay.
Tell me a belated happy birthday.
Oh, well, happy belated birthday.
Yeah, my birthday was last week. I'll send you a picture of this birthday present Tennessee got me. But you can't read it over there because, well, you'll realize when you read it there. Has the FMCSA, have they come out with the speed limiter rule yet?
Nothing. No. And it's looking like it's gonna. It may not. It may be toward the end of the year. It may not.
Yeah. Well, they said May. Well, it's already May, but I think if they do anything, it's going to be on the new trucks only. They can't. I don't think they can make it retroactive. But anyway, enough of all that baloney. Well, anyway, I want to give a big old Marine Corps Semper Fi shout out to Texas Governor Greg Abbott. I read where he gave a full pardon to that Army sergeant who killed that Black Lives Matter protester. He was doing it in self-defense, but you know how people are nowadays there, right? But anyway, I'm glad he pardoned him, gave him a full one there. I've been talking since last week, so any more info on the 2 foreign nationals that ICE arrested attempting to breach the Marine Corps base out there in California?
I had not seen a thing in regard to that, no.
Well, all I know is they arrested them there. The big old Semper Fi to them boys that stopped them there. Well, you know what God left out of the Bible?
What's that?
My opinion. Well,
yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
And I'm glad he did, right?
Yeah.
And I read where Paige Spiranak and Olivia Doon turned heads at the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue party. Hell, Steve, they turned my head just walking down the street there. And did you know Demi Moore was 61 and she done a full frontal nudity in the Cannes Film Festival movie? She said it was a vulnerable experience. You reckon they're going to release that movie? I doubt it. I don't know. So anyway, well, I guess that's all going to be all of my bull on it for this go around. I've been fighting a little wind and a little rain over here going across Arkansas, headed towards Dallas there. But I'll send this email to you here in just a little bit. You can read it and get a big chuckle there. So have a good day, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll call in a little later on.
All right. We'll be anxiously anticipating there, Knucklebuster. Yeah, there are still some decent storms pushing through there in parts of Arkansas. I mean, I haven't seen any tornado warnings, but numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, you've got, central Arkansas, central and southeastern Arkansas. Numerous counties, let's say 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. That's what you're dealing with. So, yeah, quarter size, I guess that'll give you a couple of dings and dents, right? That is active as we speak, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, what do you have? For anybody outside the trucking industry, the idea of being denied restroom access while working would seem pretty much unimaginable, right? But for truck drivers, it is often the reality. Especially since the pandemic of 2020, many truckers have reported being declined access to a restroom while waiting to be loaded or unloaded at a shipping or receiving facility. Yeah, the Trucker Bathroom Access Act, H.R. 3869, aims to make that practice a thing of the past. Introduced by Representative Troy Nehls of Texas, it simply requires shipper and receiver facilities that have restrooms available to their employees and customers to make those same restrooms available for truck drivers who are delivering or receiving a load. It would not require businesses to construct new restrooms. The act recently picked up its 7th co-sponsor, Representative Derek Van Orden of Wisconsin, giving support to the bill last Friday. So only 7 sponsors, but Truckers are the nation's backbone. We owe them for their tireless contribution they continue to make to keep our country moving. OOIDA supports the bill. Last year, the Executive Vice President Louis Pugh testified about the issue at a House hearing, at which point he testified, I never thought we'd be sitting here in the House of the Congress of the greatest nation in the world talking about giving people the right to use the restroom when they're trying to do their job. But unfortunately, I guess that's the way we've gotten in society. Either way, OOIDA continues to encourage their members, reach out to your lawmaker and ask them to support the Trucker Bathroom Access Act. Again, H.R. 3869. You can do that by going to the Fighting for Truckers website. All right, get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
Well, for the millions and millions all around the planet that had an opportunity to maybe see the Aurora Borealis for the first time in their lifetime a couple weeks ago, Update said the ramped up auroras may have been even more remarkable than we thought, wowing observers around the world 2 weekends ago, including folks as far south as Florida in the U.S., into northern India. These may have been among the strongest such light show since record-keeping began, they tell us, with reports of auroras visible as low as 26 degrees magnetic latitude. That storm may compete with some of the lowest latitude aurora sightings on record over the past 5 centuries. 500 years. Although scientists are still assessing that ranking, according to NASA, it's a little hard to gauge storms over time because our technology is always changing. According to the University of Colorado Boulder, adding the aurora visibility is not the perfect measure, but it allows us to compare over centuries. The northern and southern lights are usually a spectacle, as we know, only in high latitude areas like the Arctic and northern Canada. But the vivid colors migrated all the way down toward the equator on May the 10th. A rare Category G5 geomagnetic storm. Between May the 3rd and May the 9th, the Solar Dynamics Observatory cataloged 82 notable solar flares spawning from 2 active regions on the sun. Yeah, those clusters of sunspots grew so complex that they erupted repeatedly during that week. Starting on May the 7th, at least 7 CMEs charged toward the Earth and began storming the planet on that morning, May the 10th. The strongest auroras we may have ever seen. The CMEs pretty much arrived all at once, and the conditions were just right to create a really historic storm, according to the Goddard Space Flight Center. So intense that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which forecasts solar storms and their impact on the planet, issued a storm warning for the first time in nearly 2 decades. That prompted NASA to preemptively put at least one of their satellites into safe mode. Certain instruments on board other missions were also powered down. To better understand the full extent of the event, scientists are also studying reports submitted by citizen scientists to the NASA-funded effort known as Aurorasaurus, which tracks auroras around the world. Aurora-related tweets and reports aggregated into a map and verified with the help of those citizen scientists, according to the website. Now, they said we will be studying this event for years, actually. It'll help us test the limits of our models and our understanding of solar storms. All right, those cluster of sunspots that sparked that display rotated out of our view, thanks to the rotation of the sun, but it's now coming into view of Mars, which has recently begun witnessing the impacts of some of the strongest flares yet. Yeah, we're already starting to capture some data at Mars, so this story only continues. According to the director of the NASA Space Weather Prediction Program, and I guess if that sunspot held together about a week from now, it may well begin to rotate back, begin to come to facing the Earth once again. So we'll just kind of have to wait, watch, and see when it comes to that. Well, hello, 5-7.
Hey. Yeah, Ed said something that, he could see tornadoes coming. Out there in the wide open country, I could see that. That day that I was sitting in line, I produced a video of it. And I'm sitting here at this power mill where we bring bark in and they use it to fire, to burn, to make electricity. Well, this thing come through there, it wiped out a farm store that had been there since the 40s, just totally disintegrated it. The farm truck that was sitting in the barn, it sucked the window right out of the cab and brought the shed down on it, and it had containers all lined up in the row that had product in it, had them tossed around, come across the field, took the silo, a metal silo, and just, it looked like a Coke can, just twisted it and shoved it to the ground. And then it popped over the trees and started coming towards us. And, I never did follow up on that. I seen it coming, and it wasn't like the regular tornadoes that you think about. This was like a big barrel. It was in a circular barrel, and it was coming at us. It come across the trees, and I could say, well, here it comes. And, the general rule is you get out and you find a ditch. Well, this is all flat land right here in this area. You have a pile of chips on one side. Where do you go? So I knew I'd come in. The bark had been wet. I weighed in at 88,000. So I'm thinking, well, I unhooked that yellow clip that gives you a little bit of room, and I pulled in the shoulder strap, pulled my seat belt in real tight, and just thought about pulling out the phone and recording it. And I recorded it through it. It throwed the truck back and forth all over the place. I thought, hey, listen, I'd rather be in this truck than laying out in the ditch and have the truck come flying on top of me. So, you take your chances. But the guy in front of me, his truck, the windshield blew out a bit. Gravel was hitting him. He was hurt a little bit. None of the other trucks in the line was messed. One guy, the guy that had his truck up on the dump, was up in the air, and it takes forever for that thing to go down. It comes down real slow.
Mm-hmm.
He freaked out when he seen it coming, run down to the office, or the control room, and at the power plant, was beating on the control room. Well, they done, they got to let you in. It's locked. Well, they done moved everybody into a storm shelter. And so he was out there beating on the door with a few extra words. Finally, he's okay. He found him a little notch. Eventually, you could see the storm go up over your head, and it come through, and it wiped out another. He didn't like silos. It wiped out a couple of silos, ripped the tree up out of the ground. So, if it ripped the tree out of the ground, I'm pretty sure it might have thrown a truck around too. So I don't know. You just got to, make your choice when it comes to it. But I felt safer where I was. I never had any fear. I'm just amazing. Here it come, and it was like a circular barrel coming at us. So, I just prayers for those people that had all that great loss out there. And
based on some of the footage that I've seen of the destruction there, they'll be out surveying today, obviously. And I'd bet that was probably like an EF4 if I had to wager a guess. We'll see.
USA News Update. Donald Trump's defense team is concluding its case in his criminal hush money trial. The New York judge advised the jury to adjourn for Tuesday and to return for summations next Tuesday after Memorial Day. The judge expressed hope that the jury would begin deliberations by Wednesday. 5 Americans are detained in Turks and Caicos on ammunition possession charges, with the U.S. unable to secure their release. The arrests occurred over the past 5 months due to strict local laws against ammo and firearm possession. A group of lawmakers visited on Monday to facilitate their release, but were unsuccessful. Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced that salvage crews have made enormous progress at the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse site. On Tuesday, Moore noted that they expect an additional 20 vessels and barges to pass through the Port of Baltimore's public terminals over the next week. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I shared the story about brain dead. It forwarded to me from down in the Memphis area. The whole Graceland. What's going on? Is it going to be up for auction? Will it or will it not on Thursday? It's supposed to be sold to the highest bidder. But according to WREG, citing the legal notice, the Presley historic home sold off at a foreclosure sale. Now, Presley's granddaughter, Danielle Riley Keough, is planning on fighting the sale with her own lawsuit. She said this is all fraudulent documents. Their day in court, or her day, is supposed to be today, Wednesday. So maybe we'll find out more. WREG, citing an attorney for Presley's heir, reported that a temporary restraining order on the sale was granted on Monday. The notice that was published this month states that Graceland and the surrounding acreage on the Elvis Presley Boulevard will be auctioned off for cash. The auction will occur on the steps of the Shelby County Courthouse Thursday in Memphis. Now, citing the legal notice, says Lisa Marie Presley allegedly signed a deed of trust in 2018, securing a $3.8 million loan with Nusani Investments and Private Lending, a Missouri-based company. Now, that company claims she allegedly used Graceland as collateral. In a 60-page lawsuit against Nusani Investments, which was filed last Wednesday in Shelby County Court, Keough claims that her mother never borrowed money from that company. And she said these documents are fraudulent. Her lawyer wrote in the suit, Lisa Marie Presley never borrowed money from Newsea Investments, never gave a deed of trust. It's all a scam, they're saying. It's pretty crazy stuff. Now, they're trying to say that, I guess, Lisa Marie's signature was forged on the documents, claiming that Newsea Investments in private lending is not even a legitimate company. The notary denies notarizing Lisa Marie's signature or ever even meeting her. So an injunction hearing is scheduled for today in Shelby County Court. Elvis Presley Enterprises can confirm these claims are fraudulent. There is no foreclosure sale. Simply put, the counter lawsuit has been filed to stop the fraud, according to the statement that was issued from Elvis Presley Enterprises this past day. What a crazy story. But Elvis bought Graceland back in 1957 for $102,500. Lisa Marie inherited that property after his passing in 1977, opened it up to the public as a museum in 1982, and, of course, following Lisa Marie's passing last year, the granddaughter, Keo, became the heir to the estate. All right, back to 5-7.
I don't know if I got a decent signal or not. It sounds like it's breaking up. Yeah, the only thing I wanted to add is the only time I get fearful, I think, is when these storms come at night and you just can't see them coming. Coverage has been pretty good locally when they went to digital, but oddly enough, when you're trying to watch it digitally, it breaks up into so you can't see it. But they're getting better at it. Yeah, that's the only thing I was going to add to it. That was it. Man, I was right toward the end of what I was trying to get the point to get at.
And you got run over.
The only other thing I had, I ran through that. Yep, I ran into that storm up Bamberg, and you driving down, it was raining. Next thing you know, the rain was going crossways. Leaves, limbs were flying crossways, and you couldn't see where you're going. You slowed down. When you come out of it, there was a tree laying in front of you, wiped out the front of the trucks. But you just got to keep going because they give you loads. They want them down there in Savannah before 5 a.m., so we just keep going no matter what,
Keep on rolling.
Y'all stay safe out there.
All right, 5-7, and have a good morning. Thanks for hanging in there. Well, let me see here. I guess let's just make it official. Hello there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, trying to listen to you on the phone here, you're all broke up electronically like scrambled eggs or something there. So 5-7 was kind of messed up trying to listen on hold here. You sound good on the app out there in Radio Land. Everything's clear and loud. So I don't know. So anyways, what's up with that Buckle Nuster? What's up with that Buckle Nuster trying to cut in my act?
He saved the good part for you.
All right. Well, anyways, I guess we'll do it real quick, but you're gonna have to reconfigure because anybody trying to talk to you can't really hear you very well.
Okay.
So you kind of came and went.
Well, let me since you can't hear me, let me kind of just take care of that, and we do a quick phone reset, as they say, start the show, and normally when we come back, it clears things up. Ready to connect? Yes, we are.
Click connect to show now.
Let's do that. Coming up, we'll get an update as that reset takes place there. We'll get bird flu update. We did get that this past day. More animals. In this case, it's cats that are dying from the H5N1 bird flu. including 2 in South Dakota, they say that have no links to poultry or dairy cows. According to officials, at least 14 cats have recently died of bird flu. Of the newly reported cases, 2 were domestic cats, and each died at a property in Campbell County in South Dakota, according to the Department of Agriculture. According to the state's veterinarian, there was no livestock on the property where the pets died. No other details regarding how the cats were infected are known at this time, she says. Now, first thing that comes to my mind, well, what do cats like to do? Cats like to hunt. If you got outdoor cats, barn cats, as many farms do, they catch mice, they catch birds. And the H5N1, it's being taken across the country by migrating birds, right? Anyway, 2 other cases recently reported in Michigan, one in Isabella County, the other in Iona County. Both of those cases, there you go, involved barn cats that were actually on commercial dairy farms where cows, they do know, were infected with the H5N1. At the property in Ionia County, 2 Virginia possums were also infected. But cats, they tell us, are particularly susceptible to the H5N1 variant. The majority of sick cats have been reported at or near affected poultry facilities or dairies. Now, as I say, at least 14 confirmed have died of the H5N1 since it was confirmed in dairy cows back in late March. The real number of infected cats is believed to be higher because there's so little testing that goes on. Now, earlier this month, officials confirmed that a domestic cat in Montana was also infected after exhibiting neurologic signs and the discovery of a dead skunk on the property. Not clear if the skunk was also infected. But the concerns about this may be mutating to a human-to-human transmission from a future variant. So far, only a few human cases have been found after contact with infected birds or cattle. Either way, yesterday, Tuesday, the CDC asked state health departments to continue surveillance at enhanced levels throughout the summer to help detect potential cases of bird flu in the community. More samples will also be submitted for subtyping to help distinguish between the seasonal flu and H5N1. We are committed to supporting state and local public health officials, and will continue to provide information to support the influenza response efforts. Earlier this month, the government announced nearly $200 million in funding to fight the spread of the bird flu in the dairy cows, including support for dairy farmers, for testing, vaccine development, surveillance, and measures to ensure the safety of the commercial milk supply. So that was the deal. All right, welcome back.
A lot better, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, okay.
So anyways, yeah, I can understand you now. So hopefully everybody else is on hold to be able to hear everything going on. So how is the development of the N95 masks for the bovine population coming along? We have mask them up, right?
Right.
Gotta wear masks. Stand 6 feet. They got to change all the barn rules there. The cows all got to stand 6 feet apart, don't they? I don't know. Guess we'll see where all that goes. But we all know the drill. So when is it going to? Election day is what, the first Tuesday in November. When's the whole drill going to come down for us, Your Honor? When are we going to be required to stay home except for essential workers and wear the masks and not socialize with each other and vote from home and vote often vote.
No more shaking hands. No more spitting on the baseball field. Fist bumps.
Yep. No more. What is it? I don't know. Anyway, so we were supposed to do. Hey, Mike. What day is it?
Already hump day.
It just keeps happening, Your Honor. I don't know. Somehow or another, we got to figure out how to put that extra Sunday or something in the week here and make it so it's not quite so bad as it's been here. But this just keeps coming around too fast. But anyways, there. So, did you ever get a report from Spaceman? Did Spaceman get a chance to give you a ringy dingy at all and give you the full update?
I did not. No, I did not.
Okay, I was kind of in and out quite a bit last night, so I never got a chance long enough to try to give you a ringy dingy myself to find out what, let you know what we had going on out here or anything. But not that anything really changes much. We just keep doing our same thing. So, I don't know. Mr. Vaughn there, Mr. Larry Vaughn, he posted a picture of a truck was getting around a little bit. And I think the right wing nut strikes again, Your Honor. I don't know. You'll have to check out that little video reel there that Mr. Vaughn put up there. Maybe we can find out if that was really the right wing nut or not. I don't know.
Okay.
So anyways, not a whole lot more to report. I think you recovered the dolly, got into the Seagirt Marine Terminal there. So what I'm assuming they're doing is offloading the containers, and when they get done getting the containers off, I heard the ship is actually supposed to head to Virginia for repairs. And I'm assuming when they get done at the Seagirt Marine Terminal, they're going to take it over to the other side there in Sparrows Point, where the previous Bethlehem Steel used to be located at, where they've been taking all the other scrap to, and maybe unload the rest of the Key Bridge off the bow of the ship, Your Honor. Did you get a picture? Have you seen a picture of that dolly with the rest of the Key Bridge road deck that's still on the bow of the ship there?
I have no, I had not seen that.
You'll have to dig one of those up. It's pretty impressive. There's still intact structure of highway that's laying on the front of that ship.
Wow.
So I'm assuming on the way back out to go to Virginia, after they get all the containers offloaded, that they'll swing it over there by the old Bethlehem Steel area there and offload the rest of the Key Bridge from it before they send it on down the way to Virginia. But anyways, so here in the trucking industry now, what was it, last week? Week before? I always forget. Time goes by so fast. These Wednesdays come around and go and come. We did that 72-hour road check. Have we gotten any numbers yet? Have we heard anything from the FMSS, CSA, SS?
No numbers yet. Have not seen any reports yet. I mean, normally there's a couple of states that come out and release their independent numbers first, and somewhere they get it all compiled, but haven't seen any numbers yet.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any of the early releases or anything that we'd find out what was going on. But other than that, I don't know. We called for a pretty clear sky here right now. You can see the moon. The moon's actually looking pretty full. But I guess they're calling for some rain showers on Thursday, sometime through the day. Not sure the exact timing of it. And then it's supposed to be a beautiful weekend all the way from Friday all the way through the weekend. It's all supposed to be good. So bring it on. I guess it's going to be a little warm today, but other than that, we'll manage through that with a little bit of air conditioning. But so when you first started your show, I was kind of in the process of doing something and in and out a couple times, but heard you talking about some storms out there in Iowa. So which side of the state were the storms on out there? Were they east, west, north, south?
Like southwest Iowa was the one that got really hammered.
Okay, because, we got our friends that we cruise with there, Andrea and Just Dan. They're out there in the west. I think Mike maybe even southwest side. So I don't know. Dan doesn't call in at all. He can't. I don't know. He said he won't call in. He listens all the time, but he's out there hauling his bulls down the road at a high rate of speed with his chrome-plated cow truck. And so I don't know. Maybe he can't take both hands off the wheel, or I don't know. Maybe one hand's holding on to the Big Mac there. I don't know. But anyway, so hope the best for them, and Andrea, they're at home out there, so hopefully they fared out all right out there with the storms. So, but imagine there might be a Facebook post or two come up from her then, depending on what goes on if not tonight, tomorrow during the day, and we'll see what see what that brings along.
Had a handful of those gigantic windmills snapped off like toothpicks there.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to compete up there with the Texas people down there, snapping those big high tension power line poles, the big power structure, infrastructure power. I don't know, wire holders. I guess they're not really poles. They're big structures that, the big steel structures. That was an impressive picture, Your Honor. I saw a couple pictures of that, and all those laid right over there. That was kind of, you say you just don't see that because you expect that they're designed to be able to sustain themselves through that type of wind, and they aren't really a high surface area contact to really hold a lot of wind back, get caught by the wind. So I guess the weight of the wires and the swinging of the wires must have all got into the right sync or something to take them over like that, kind of like spinning a jump rope or something.
Yeah.
But anyways, there. So so we'll hope for the best there for our friends out there in Iowa, and hopefully all those chrome-plated cow haulers are all doing well out there. And so I don't know. With that, I guess we'll let you go and see what else you can get yourself into, and you know the drill, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see if we can find an intelligent caller. It is 844-844-3388. Those giant, those windmills, they're built to withstand supposedly tornadoes, but that when the wind speeds get above, I think the wind speed's above 55 miles per hour, the turbines are supposed to lock in place, and the actual windmill itself is supposed to, the blades, they twist them so where there's the least amount of wind resistance because they don't want it to spin. And supposedly they turn in to be facing the wind to reduce the drag and all that. But which way do you turn when the winds are swirling around you? Obviously, there was I know at least it looked like close to a half dozen of them on the ground, according to some of the storm chaser video that I saw. All right, so what do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Glenn, says, good morning, everybody. I'm off this week and next. I'll be getting married to a wonderful girl Friday. I should be asleep, but evidently I'm still on trucking hours. Well, I appreciate you joining us there. So, hope all goes well Friday. And I already say they're headed down to, was it Miami? For the honeymoon thing there? Somewhere southern Florida. Said it's going to be hot down there, right? Who else on board? There's Billy. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Happy hump day. Heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina. Then it's down to Leland, North Carolina. Everybody have a great day. Now I get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. I've been keeping an eye on the weather updates. Still some stronger storms, some coming in out of southeastern Wisconsin and down into central and south-central, southeastern Arkansas. But, since right about just before the midnight hour Eastern time, we have not seen any additional tornado warnings. So the intensity level has backed off a little bit, I guess you could say. Well, the things you deal with living in the state of Florida. Any body of water, they tell us, it could be alligator infested, right? A 10-foot alligator decided to have a day of relaxation, taking a dip in a Florida homeowner's backyard pool. But that pool party was cut short, they say. The New Smyrna Beach Police Department said officers were called to the Venetian Bay home, a gator who had made himself right at home during the overnight hours. Florida cops doing Florida things, the department posted. Alligator made himself right at home overnight in Venetian Bay. A Florida Fish and Wildlife trapper safely removed the gator from the pool. But apparently the gator had broken through the screen enclosure. They said, don't let the angle fool you. He's approximately 10 feet long. But gator sightings will be ramping up within the coming months as mating season is underway in the Sunshine State. Mating season kicks off in April and lasts until June, they tell us. So I guess we're right in the middle of it right now, meaning there's going to be a greater chance of encountering the massive reptiles this month. During mating season, males tend to become more aggressive. While alligator attacks are rare, residents need to be vigilant near ponds and waterways, especially if you're out there walking your pet. If you see an alligator that appears to be a threat to people, pets, or property, call the Nuisance Alligator Hotline. Guess there's probably plenty of activity on the Alligator Hotline right about now, mating season. Coming up, we'll get our news update here, see what's going on in and around the world. Russia, according to officials, the Pentagon says Russia put a weapon in space on May the 16th, last week. What's going on? The full story and so much more is coming up here. Wednesday coming on. It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. Hump Day, as we like to call it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump said he'd love to discuss his hush money trial, but cited a gag order preventing him from doing so. Trump spoke outside the courtroom Tuesday.
Remember, I'm gagged. I'm not allowed to say what I'd like to really say, because you'd be very impressed, but I'm gagged.
Both the prosecution and defense have rested their cases. The New York judge informed the jury that summations will take place next Tuesday after Memorial Day and anticipated jury deliberations to begin hopefully next Wednesday. President Biden's public approval rating has dropped to its lowest point in nearly 2 years. According to a Reuters Ipsos poll, only 36% of Americans approve of Biden's job performance. That's down from 38% in April. This ties with his lowest approval rating recorded in July 2022. This decline could signal trouble for Biden as he prepares for the upcoming presidential election against former President Trump in November. 5 Americans have been detained in Turks and Caicos on ammunition possession charges, with the U.S. unable to secure their release. The arrests occurred over the past 5 months due to strict local laws against ammo and firearm possession. A group of lawmakers visited Monday to facilitate their release, but were unsuccessful. However, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman expressed optimism after meeting with the detainees. Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller said that further interest rate increases are likely unnecessary. Speaking on Tuesday, Waller noted that another hike is probably unnecessary, citing data indicating stable inflation. While he emphasized that central bankers should never say never, he acknowledged that the current data appears promising. And Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced that salvage crews have made enormous progress at the Key Bridge collapse. Tuesday, Moore noted that they expect an additional 20 vessels and barges to pass through the Port of Baltimore's public terminals over the next week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is being questioned by the Senate regarding President Biden's response to the war in Gaza. During a Senate committee hearing Tuesday, Blinken was interrupted by protesters who called him a butcher and war criminal. Blinken is anticipated to face intense scrutiny following President Biden's announcement that he would delay a shipment of bombs to Israel and consider withholding additional weapons if Israel proceeds with a major invasion of the city of Rafah. Former President Trump removed a video from his Truth Social account featuring a reference to a unified Reich if he's reelected. The term, reminiscent of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich, was part of a 30-second video posted Monday showing hypothetical newspaper headlines in the event of Trump's victory. A Trump campaign spokesperson clarified that that video was not created by the campaign. Singapore Airlines reported that a passenger died during a flight that encountered severe turbulence. The incident occurred Tuesday on a Boeing 777 traveling from Singapore to London. Additionally, at least 71 others were injured, though the extent of their injuries is not yet known. Legislation has been introduced to ensure AM radio remains available in vehicles. New Jersey Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone and Republican Florida Representative Gus Bilirakis have put forward the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act of 2024. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The pullers and fans are making their plans. Those who promote are making their notes. But the business of pulling is still business, and where sponsorship is concerned, business is booming. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Well, this week's report is just one long commercial. But no apologies from behind this microphone, because these are companies and organizations you need to know because of their investment in our great motorsport. Returning for the 2024 NTPA Championship Pulling Circuit are Case IH, the official farm equipment brand of the NTPA. Case IH's productivity-enhancing products include tractors, combines and harvesters, hay and forage equipment, tillage tools, planting and seeding systems, sprayers and applicators, site-specific farming tools, and utility vehicles. Hot Shot Secret, the official fuel additive of the NTPA. Hot Shot Secret is founded on the principle that fixing engine problems and improving customers' lives are top priorities. Products improve engine performance while solving problems that competitors' products cannot fix. Mack Trailer, the nation's foremost manufacturer of steel and aluminum dump, transfer, flatbed, and drop deck trailers, straight truck bodies, and pneumatic and liquid fertilizer tank trailers, with support for wreck, repair and service, used and leased trailers, and aftermarket parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, the official auto parts store of the NTPA, has become one of the largest specialty retailers of automotive parts, tools, supplies, equipment, and accessories in the United States. Cowtail is a chewy candy snack stick filled with cream. Enjoy original caramel or one of the other flavors, including chocolate brownie, strawberry smoothie, caramel apple, and honey bun. Senpico Lubricants, American-made products, continue to protect billions of dollars worth of their customers' agricultural, construction, and trucking equipment. Ag Protect One Crop Insurance, changing the way farmers view crop insurance. Stop Fire, the world's best fire extinguisher, is the only multi-shot clean agent fire extinguisher on the market. And joining the NTPA family of sponsors beginning in 2024 are Beck's Hybrids, the official seed company of the NTPA, was founded in 1937 outside Atlanta, Indiana, and has become the nation's third largest seed brand. Beck's helps farmers achieve success from generation to generation through authentic customer experiences, product diversity, practical farm research, seed quality, precision technology, and field performance. Wix Filters manufactures more than 210 million filters each year and ships them to customers in over 80 countries. Wix employs more than 3,500 passionate and dedicated associates who help make the best filters in the world. The Wix Racing Filters catalog covers the full line of Wix Racing oil, air, and fuel filters, along with a Wix line of cast aluminum racing mounting bases. Mitas Tires has designs and sizes for agricultural equipment, material handling machines, construction vehicles, and motorcycles. U.S. Army dedicates its energy in 4 focus areas: warfighting, delivering ready combat formation, continuous transformation, and strengthening the profession. We thank each of these companies and organizations for seeing NTPA Championship Pulling as a way of reaching the heartland of America with their message. In large part due to this explosion of interest in truck and tractor pulling, the NTPA will increase its 2024 end-of-season payout by over $115,000 across its brand and regional national series. So remember, pulling fans and competitors, to support the companies that support the sport you love. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. And thanks to all the sponsors that keep things going out there on the NTPA circuit. Well, things may get a little interesting on the track. NASCAR kind of harkens back to the old days of rivalries. As the fists were flying last weekend, according to the update this past day, the war of words following the war of fists between Kyle Busch and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has now reached the ownership level. During an event at his winery in Lexington, North Carolina, Richard Childress, the owner of Richard Childress Racing, of which Kyle Busch and his number 8 are a part, says if Ricky Stenhouse Jr. follows through on his threat to wreck his number 8 at Charlotte, he plans on getting physical. He says, quote, "I don't fight as fair as I used to. I'm a little older." Speaking to reporters, he said, but Ricky Stenhouse said that he was going to wreck the number 8 car at Charlotte. Well, when I see him, I'm going to tell him if he does, I'm older, but I've changed my style of fighting, and he'll carry a rough-ass beating. Really? Well, then. If you need a reminder, Kyle Busch and Ricky Stenhouse wrecked on lap number 2 at the All-Star race last weekend. Busch confronted Stenhouse after the race, which was actually Stenhouse confronted Busch, right, which turned into an all-out melee. Now, if Richard Childress goes after Stenhouse Jr., he may not be the only older guy in the fight. Last weekend, Ricky Stenhouse Sr., Ricky's dad, actually jumped in and also slugged Kyle Busch right after his son did. It sounds like Childress is actually more interested in a piece of the younger Stenhouse. Regardless, there will be a lot more eyeballs watching that race in Charlotte than there would otherwise be. I don't know. Is it all for show? We got to do something to jack up interest in racing, but that's what you like to hear. That's what people tune in for. Is it actually going to happen? It's the days of going out to the Saturday night race at the dirt track, and those a couple of drivers get into it in the infield, pushing and shoving, fist may be flying, but then they take it out on the track, and everybody comes back next week to see is he going to retaliate? Come on, yes, it's the excitement, right? On a more serious note, before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388, Russia last week launched a satellite that U.S. intelligence officials believe to be a weapon capable of inspecting and attacking other satellites, according to the U.S. Space Command this past day, as the Russian spacecraft trails a U.S. spy satellite in orbit. Russia's Soyuz rocket blasted off from its launch site some 500 miles north of Moscow May the 16th, deploying in low Earth orbit at least 9 satellites, including Cosmos 2576, a type of Russian military inspector spacecraft, they say, that U.S. officials have long contended is exhibiting reckless space behavior. We've observed nominal activity and assess it's likely a counter-space weapon, presumably capable of attacking other satellites in low Earth orbit, according to a U.S. Spacecom spokesperson yesterday. Russia deployed this new counter-space weapon into the same orbit as a U.S. government satellite. Now, it resembled previously deployed counter-space payloads in 2019 and 2022, referring to past Russian tactics of deploying satellites close to sensitive U.S. spy satellites. They had been expecting the launch of Cosmos 2576 and informed allies of their assessment of the satellite before it deployed into space. The launch also included civilian satellites deployed in different orbits, but the mix of military and civilian payloads was totally unexpected. Never seen that before on a Russian launch, according to a longtime analyst tracking Russia's space program. Now, like I said, it appears similar to satellites they launched in 2019 and 2022. The 2019 satellite ejected an object into space and closely followed a satellite from the U.S. National Reconnaissance Office, an intelligence agency overseeing spy satellites. 2576, as of this past day, has not gone near a U.S. satellite, but space analysts observed it to be in the same orbital ring as USA 314, a bus-sized National Reconnaissance Office satellite launched in April of 21. The satellite appears to be trailing USA 314's orbital path at a faster speed, suggesting the two will eventually come into closer proximity. Now, this as the U.S. alleges Russia to be developing a space-based nuclear weapon capable of destroying entire networks of satellites. Yeah, we believe Russia has launched at least one satellite, Cosmos 2553, related to its nuclear space weapon program. However, U.S. officials have said that Russia has not deployed a nuclear weapon into space. But since invading Ukraine, Russia has shrouded much of their space activities in secrecy and threatened to attack U.S. satellites aiding Ukraine's military defense, such as the SpaceX Starlink network, thousands of satellites. Space wars, right? It's not science fiction anymore. This is science fiction becoming reality. Well, good morning, Philip.
That's some scary stuff there, isn't it, buddy?
It is.
What do you think? China supposedly got a satellite that will grab another satellite. They've got technology up there they're able to move a satellite over to another one and grab it and destroy it. So they're all in the mix, buddy. They're all in the mix. And the Cold War is still here, but it's just in a different place, and everybody thinks they're going to get rid of it, but it's still there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just have to see how that plays out. Earlier, I heard you mentioning about alligators, and something I always wondered about. I see all these, these pictures of alligators in pools and stuff. And Steve, what do you put in your pool every year? I know you're getting ready to open your pool up and whatnot. You were talking about it the other day. How about the prices of it? It went up.
Yeah,
you put a lot of chlorine in your pool.
Absolutely, yeah. So how did the I don't know. I guess in Florida, do a lot of people have maybe the saltwater pools that don't have the chlorine? They probably don't like chlorine, do they?
No, we run a lot of chlorine down here. Actually, they've got big 8,000-gallon tankers that haul it around to these pool supply places, and they have tanks outside they store it in, and then they, sell it to the customer. But muriatic acid and chlorine it goes off the shelf like crazy down here. They use a lot of it down here, a lot of it. And what surprises me about it is a lot of people use tons of it. But as well as I do, Steve, what happens when that sun starts shining on that water? It evaporates that stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
So, you lose a lot of it, especially down here. They use a ton of it because they lose a lot of it in evaporation. But it just amazed me, though, those animals would actually go in that water because, animals have a sense of their surroundings and whatnot. And when they're in a marsh, like they're supposed to be, and going into a swimming pool, seems like to me it might do some damage to the animal. What do you think, Steve? Think it might hurt that old gator if he gets in that chlorine?
I would think.
So, yeah. So it just amazes me, though, when I see these pictures. And I seen the picture of the one you were talking about. It was on the news here yesterday. They had a picture of it in the guy's pool. The guy's pool is probably, I don't know, looked like about a 6 or 7 foot deep pool on the deep end. And you can see the gator. He was down below the water. He was down on the bottom. And, it happens. I mean, it's the environment. I mean, they were here before we were here down here. So it's one of them things. You just got to tolerate and everything. I seen an interview yesterday, Steve. I try to stay open-minded when it comes to politics. I don't like to focus on one side or the other. But I seen an interview yesterday. Do you know who Bill Maher is?
Yes.
Okay, he was on a show yesterday morning. I'm not going to comment about what show he was on because I can't do that. You know what I mean? But he was on a show yesterday morning, and it was different to see the way people rationalize things from their aspects. And what I mean by that is you guys with the Republicans have one way of looking at things, and the Democrats have one way of looking at things, and it was different to see somebody how they rationalize things. You know, I don't go with what he says, but it was just and deal things, and I don't know much about him. I mean, y'all know more about him. I don't keep up with Bill Maher, but he's very liberal, isn't he? Is he at the top of the hoop?
Pretty much, yes, very much.
Yeah, and he talked about it a little bit, but he had some interesting things to say about the media, and it wasn't good, you know, and he said it was kind of like looking through a magnifying glass at one thing, and that's it. And that's pretty much how he didn't put it exactly that way, but that was the way I interpreted it when I saw his interview. But it was different, and I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of guys out there that hate Trump, but man, it just amazed me the amount of hatred that was in those interviews yesterday, you know, and it was bad. And hopefully they can, you know, get things going. I mean, we need to go in the right direction. And he did make a lot of comments about Biden, and they weren't good. And it amazed me to hear him say that, being as liberal as he is. So, but that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. And by the way, have you heard as the hammer went down on Stenhouse or any of them guys with NASCAR?
I have not.
Penalties or anything like that?
Not at this point. I haven't seen anything about penalties or fines. Not yet, no. Maybe today?
I don't know, maybe. The one thing that I question, Steve, is we all know who Denny Hamlin is. We know what was brought upon him because of his comments on social media about wrecking people and all that kind of stuff. Well, wouldn't that be kind of the same thing as what Ricky Stenhouse did? I mean, if you look at it, if they're going to come down on somebody about social media comments, shouldn't they come, especially if somebody made a recorded comment that was directly imported to one individual, being Kyle Busch? You know, isn't that fall under the same thing as what happened with Denny Hamlin and his comments on his podcast about wrecking people and all that other stuff? I mean, if you're gonna get one, you need to get them all. I hate to say it that way. I don't mean it. When you're in the limelight and you're in that kind of a stature, and you're a person that can be seen and like that, you need to play nice and you need to act nice. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yes, sir.
And I think Stenhouse needs to realize that. Now, I am from the old school, and Richard Childers, yeah, he does have a right to say what he said about Stenhouse. If the boy's going to do something to his car, you know how much money's wrapped up in those cars. There's a lot of money in those cars, and you're going to destroy it. But more importantly, you're going to destroy the driver that's inside that car and hurt that individual. That's more detrimental than anything. Think about this. You push that car into a grandstand. We seen this a few years ago with Kyle Larson when he was in the Busch race. He lost the motor and went in the grandstand at Daytona. Now, you threaten stuff like that. That's not cool. You know what I mean? And I can understand where ORC's getting a little mad there. He wants to whip some tail, and I get it. But, you know, you don't want to hurt nobody. So that's just my opinion. So y'all have a good day, buddy, and I appreciate you having me. Thanks.
All right, Philip. Yes, indeed. I did a quick search here, and it looks like today, Wednesday, will be the day. NASCAR is expected to hand down penalties for the fight between Stenhouse and Busch following the All-Star race. Originally, NASCAR said they intended to do a deep dive, as they put it, on the incident Tuesday with some announcements potentially after. However, that timeline will apparently be pushed back at least one day. With Hall of Fame vote and announcement, I guess, yesterday, don't expect penalties from North Wilkesboro to be announced until tomorrow. According to Fox's Bob Procris. Now, the altercation stemming from the collision the two had in Sunday's race, Stenhouse blaming Busch for causing him to wreck, confronting him after the event was over, exchanged words, Stenhouse threw a punch, full-blown brawl that we witnessed. I'm not sure why he was so mad, Stenhouse Jr. said, I shoved in 3 wide. This is like on lap 2 of the race. But, I mean, he hit the fence and kind of came off the wall, but then ran into me. I don't know when I was taking him. He kept saying I wrecked him. All right. We had a really good game plan coming into the race. Our car was strong. Friday in practice, I was looking forward to running in front. I think we'd pass a couple of cars there. I was pretty excited for the rest of the night, and he ruined it all. So anyway, ultimately, both drivers will have to wait till sometime later today to learn their fate. According to the, I guess that's from the MSN NASCAR analyst. Okay, there you go. Wendy's following McDonald's lead in offering a lower-priced combo to lure back inflation-wary consumers as fast food chains see sales slip. More people are eating home to save money. Yesterday, Wendy's rolled out a $3 breakfast combo that includes a small order of seasoned potatoes with the choice of either a bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin or a sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Now, it's available at participating locations for a limited time. They didn't say how long the deal would be up and running, but Wendy's stock was down slightly on Tuesday following the news. Stock is down 21% from a year ago. Of course, the announcement here a few days ago, Bloomberg first reported McDonald's is going to be offering that $5 deal in June. And it's only going to be available for roughly a month long. That's the $5 deal, right? It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Donald Trump's defense team is concluding its case in his criminal hush money trial. The New York judge advised the jury to adjourn for Tuesday and to return for summations next Tuesday after Memorial Day. The judge expressed hope that the jury would begin deliberations by Wednesday. 5 Americans are detained in Turks and Caicos on ammunition possession charges, with the U.S. unable to secure their release. The arrests occurred over the past 5 months due to strict local laws against ammo and firearm possession. A group of lawmakers visited on Monday to facilitate their release, but were unsuccessful. Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced that salvage crews have made enormous progress at the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse site. On Tuesday, Moore noted that they expect an additional 20 vessels and barges to pass through the Port of Baltimore's public terminals over the next week. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Joining us at this hour, John says, good morning, overnight crew. Good to have you on board. And Roki chimes in. I was not aware of that. Roki says, 7th in all-time home runs with 630. Cincinnati's junior, Ken Griffey Jr., will be adding one more as he rounds the corners, driving the 2024 Indy 500 pace car. How about that? Okay, very good. If memory serves, I do believe that is going to be an electric Corvette, is it not? Isn't that the E-Corvette they're going to have out there? Yeah, I think Wheelchair Dave brought that to my attention a week or so ago. All right, as we know, AAA predicting more than 44 million travelers as we head into the Memorial Day holiday weekend. That would exceed pre-pandemic levels, which would signal a very busy potential summer travel season ahead. Overall travel times may be higher than typical years for both roadway and airline travelers. Experts are advising travelers plan accordingly to avoid congestion and delays. But for travelers, weather. Brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions, by the way. By this weekend, there could be multiple weather features to watch. They could bring showers and disruptive thunderstorms across the central and eastern states. A lot of folks have storm fatigue across the middle of the nation. You're not going to catch a break during the extended holiday weekend. Oh, boy. Now, not every day is going to be a washout everywhere. Some locations will be fortunate enough to miss thunderstorm activity. Saturday through Monday, there will be areas that get doused on more than one occasion across the plain states. These storms can pull down some heavy rain, which means difficult travel and localized flooding. Incidents of hail and strong winds can't be ruled out as well. Be mindful. Thunderstorms can blossom with little to no notice. And as soon as you see those dark billowing clouds or hear that rumble of thunder, you need to get indoors. If you're outdoors, picnics, or at the beaches, be especially mindful of the thunderstorm forecast in your area over the holiday weekend. If you hear thunder, safest thing to do is take cover inside until at least 30 minutes have passed from the last lightning strike or crash of thunder. Showers and thunderstorms will be possible from the upper Mississippi Valley throughout the weekend, even dampening locations across the Great Lakes. The active pattern will gradually shift to cover the northeast and portions of the southeast by Monday. The stormy pattern will tend to travel in an east to southeast fashion along a boundary that's kind of draped across the Tennessee Valley and the mid-Atlantic. That can result in showers and thunderstorms, disrupting outdoor cookouts and memorial services in Nashville, Raleigh, and even Washington, D.C. Temperatures across the mid-Atlantic are going to decline a few degrees by the weekend. Places like New York City, Philly, and Washington, D.C., you'll range from the 80s this week to the 70s and maybe even some 60s at times by the holiday weekend. After a very warm, dry start to the week, much of the Northeast will welcome maybe a bit of a cooler pattern, a wetter pattern, and slightly cooler. Meanwhile, forecasters continue to spotlight the elevated temperatures that are on the way for the southern states. From the desert Southwest all the way to the Gulf Coast states, on track to see an uptick in the heat over the Memorial Day weekend. Highs are going to soar into the 90s for Texas, cities like Dallas and Houston. Even higher in southwestern portions of the Lone Star State. Cold, hydrating beverages will be needed for anybody spending extended time outdoors across much of the southern tier of the country. Triple-digit heat will be felt in southwestern Texas, records being challenged in some areas. Even where temperatures are in the 90s, the high humidity levels will make it feel near or past 100 degrees. Humidity across the Gulf Coast may be downright uncomfortable. Dew points in the low to mid-70s, which that's a very, very moist atmosphere. Your body's natural cooling method. Sweating. The condensation evaporates on the skin. When you've got all that moisture in the air, those high dew points, that sweat does not evaporate. And you can come down with heat exhaustion, heat stroke. So be careful outdoors. Vic, I believe, checking in. Hello, Vic.
Hello, Steve. I called in to talk about the biking wars, but really, you talking about that deal with NASCAR and all that. I guess that isn't a publicity stunt because NASCAR is hurting for sponsors, spectators, pretty much everybody. So I imagine everybody with NASCAR is probably on a little bit of a short-tempered thing. And so they don't have the big money like they did have to rebuild those cars.
And as Philip was stating, when you get metal you start playing bumper cars at those speeds, you don't know who all is going to get hurt in the whole deal. But to me, the NASCAR kind of did it to themselves when they went to that uni-car thing, and people just they weren't interested in seeing the same car with different bodies on it out there racing. Back in the old days, you had Ford and Dodge and Chevy and all of them. There were different brands, and the old saying was, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And NASCAR, first, I still don't understand that, but they outlawed one of the Ford engines that, I don't know if it was like a double overhead cam, but anyway, the dragster people started using it. I think it was a 427 or 429, and that was a premier dragster engine for a long time. But they claimed it was too much for a hemispherical combustion chamber. It's been a few years. I guess it's been over 10 years now that Dodge pulled out because NASCAR said their push rods on the overhead valve engines were, I believe they said they were too short. So Dodge just said the heck with it. And then they went to that restrictor plate thing. And the bad part about the restrictor plate is it holds down the speed, because they were getting so fast that they were going airborne. They had the bad accident at Talladega. But you don't have the power coming out of the turns. You can't accelerate real quickly. And I don't know, that was most of us that I used to go to the races with, we always want to see how they would come out of the turns, and go down the straightaway. So I pretty much quit watching it, or even going to them, and then they come up with that deal that couldn't fly a Confederate flag, the Confederate battle flag, and it's like, that's, that was really kicking the people in Dixie in the teeth, and just one thing after another. And I guess it's been close to 10 years ago now that the sponsors started saying we're not getting the mileage out of it that we need, for our advertising. So, I would imagine they're all pretty short-tempered right now, but Childress, I don't. Like I said, I just remember years ago I used to stop at a truck stop over there that Childress had something to do with it or whatever, and they were always talking about, his racing team and this and that, and some of the crew was in there from time to time. It was kind of an interesting place, but I can't even think the name. It was over in North Carolina, and I can kind of visualize it, but I've even forgotten the name of that place. It was an older truck stop. But anyway, enough rattling on about that. But the reason I was talking about the Biden wars, Biden pretty much got us into this whole deal when he didn't follow Trump's withdrawal plan from Afghanistan. And I didn't realize that Bagram Air Base, they said it's only like maybe an hour away from Russia's one of Russia's nuclear facilities, or where they make nuclear weapons. And that was turned, just pretty well turned back over to the Taliban. And I've forgotten, but the last year there were very few casualties in Afghanistan the last year that Trump was in office. But it was real low, because I was thinking that they said they actually had more people killed in the withdrawal from Afghanistan than had happened like a year or two before. So everything was kind of peaceful there. And then Biden, he wanted to make the political announcement that by 9/11 they had withdrawn, and he just kept ignoring one thing after another. And the Taliban got stronger, and he never did hit them back. And he, then they said, well, we're withdrawing on 9/11, and we're going to withdraw from the civilian airport rather than from Bagram. And that was kind of the beginning of the failures of the Biden administration, because we went off and left, the United States went off and left our allies there, didn't give them time to get out. I mean, Biden really, that was the start of his foreign policy, and he can't really get anybody to get in there with him. And then as we come up to today, and he's telling Israel that he's not going to furnish them weapons or anything of that nature. I don't really understand that, because as far as I know, we have the ability now to detect a lot of those tunnels just from aircraft. You know, they have what's called the look-down radar now and ground-penetrating radar that they can pretty well map out all the tunnels. We have, what's called the long-range acoustical devices that we can pretty much blast people with sound in those tunnels. So we're not using any of our assets. And I know the Air Force has for years fought against the ground support of the Army and the Marines, and it's kind of it's something that the Air Force would rather not do, but they were tasked with it in the special warfare thing. That's where they got to using up all the old World War II planes, and then that went to the development of the A-10, and the A-10, that is so different. The modern version of the A-10 is so different from the original ones, but it was built specifically for ground support. And the reason I'm talking about all that is they're wanting to prosecute Netanyahu under the International Criminal Court.
Right.
And it's kind of breaking up there again. But anyway, we're not giving Netanyahu the support to limit civilian casualties. And they're doing the best they can. And then the whole deal over there in Ukraine, withholding weapons from them whenever all the communist countries are essentially saying, well, we just had these weapons loaned from Russia. We're sending them back. And that's how Russia is able to maintain the weaponry in the Ukraine war. So I am not exactly sure what Biden is trying to accomplish, other than trying to get reelected and appease everybody. And when you try to appease everybody, you satisfy nobody. So his last hope is the Trump convictions and trials, and that doesn't look like that's going too good for him. So that was the main thing I wanted to talk about. And then I don't know if you got that thing today, because I sent you about all the stuff that went on back in the 70s and 80s, and Japan's now Nippon Steel's now trying to buy U.S. Steel, and back in the 70s and 80s, that's when they came up with that board that was going to approve sales of American companies to foreign entities. But they rubber stamped everything coming and going, so I don't know if that's what the National Security Administration intended or not. But there's whenever, I just call it a bit of Sundance, but if he wants to research all that, just go to NSA.gov archives, and he can find all about the 70s and 80s. So anyway, but as we're looking at things now today, I'm not exactly sure what will happen as far as with Biden and Trump and the election. But I know that they're trying to figure out some sort of nefarious activity to make sure they can get Biden back in there. And a lot of the big name Democrats, they're pulling their money out, and they're aggravated with Biden and trying to figure out, exactly how they're going to steal this election also, I guess, for lack of a better term. So anyway, we went from a peaceful situation and a growing economy, and then COVID came along, and whenever I was watching some of the hearings today, talking about all this bird flu, zoonotic diseases, and it just occurred to me that, that was an animal disease in humans, and ivermectin was a animal thing, an animal antibiotic, and all the mainstream press and all that, they were always talking about what the horse worm, it's this, it's that. Well, if you have an animal disease in a human, wouldn't you kind of experiment with some of the animal antibiotics and stuff? So anyway, Fauci looks like it's on the hot seat, and if all this comes out before the fall election, I don't see how the Democrats can win if they don't cheat. So that's really just about all I had. And one other thing, in the immigration bill, you can get automatic citizenship in the United States if you're a victim of a crime. So some of those people that claim they're victims of crimes have actually hired people to come in and pretend to rob them and everything so they can apply for automatic citizenship. So everything is just kind of collapsing on the Democrats at this point. And I just hope the Republicans can make hay of it all. So with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
Thank you much, Vic. Have a good morning. And what are we looking at? 9 before the hour. It is 844-3388. Brain Dead on, isn't this your weekend, Brain Dead? Sent me a couple of stories this morning. He just sent me one in which the University of Memphis is leading the way for the city's future in autonomous trucks. We'll give you more coming up after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, real quick, like in line with what Vic was just talking about before we get to the University of Memphis. Yeah, talking about Democrats, some jumping ship. Last week, the guy Jacob Hallberg, the tech advisor, who has donated large sums to Democrats, has joined the wave of big money donors rejecting Joe Biden and supporting Donald Trump in 24. Hallberg has donated $1 million to Trump's reelection effort, making the tech advisor one of the largest financial backers of Trump's bid to win back the White House come November. Now, just 4 years ago, Hallberg was using his money and influence to support Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg's doomed campaign for president. Hallberg is one of a number of high-powered Silicon Valley businessmen who have warmed to Trump recently. The social cost of supporting Trump isn't as great as it was, he now says. The Silicon Valley Society, many members of which see that Trump was right on a lot of make-or-break issues for America. After the Post reported Hallberg's contribution to the Trump campaign, Hallberg posted on X, "This one's for Israel." Hallberg has given $844,600 to the Trump 47 Joint Fundraising Committee, joining a small group of donors who've maxed out their contribution to the Trump group. By March, at least 20 others had given the limit to the group as well, according to the Federal Election Committee filings. Helberg and Trump agree on a number of issues, but mainly China. The tech advisor and the former president bonded recently at Trump's Florida resort, Mar-a-Lago, over the need to take an adversarial approach to China on trade and TikTok and other issues. Helberg's drift toward Trump, part of a trend of Democrat supporters who are disenchanted with Biden's presidency, are taking a second look at Trump, and they're liking what they see given the circumstances, where things stand today. All right, so again, we're about a minute from news break here, so we'll get to that. What do we have? Clear lines at 844-844-3388 as we roll into Hump Day. Another item, we've had several discussions this week about moving marijuana from a Schedule I to a Schedule III drug, what kind of impact that potentially could have when it comes to not only trucking but many sensitive jobs out there. I found it interesting this past day that a lot of us may think young people are the main group enjoying the freedom of legalized weed. But in Canada, the greatest increase in users after legalization was among older adults. And sometimes it's sending them to the hospital, according to new research. Today's weed ain't the weed we had 50 years ago, and many of us were kids, right? So I'll give you more on that. I, again, found it rather interesting. In the meantime, it is 844-844-3388. Heading up on the midnight hour on the West Coast area, we'll welcome you into a Hump Day, 22nd day of May.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump said he'd love to discuss his hush money trial, but cited a gag order preventing him from doing so. Trump spoke outside the courtroom Tuesday.
Remember, I'm gagged. I'm not allowed to say what I'd like to really say, because you'd be very impressed, but I'm gagged.
Both the prosecution and defense have rested their cases. The New York judge informed the jury that summations will take place next Tuesday after Memorial Day and anticipated jury deliberations to begin hopefully next Wednesday. President Biden's public approval rating has dropped to its lowest point in nearly 2 years. According to a Reuters Ipsos poll, only 36% of Americans approve of Biden's job performance. That's down from 38% in April. This ties with his lowest approval rating recorded in July 2022. This decline could signal trouble for Biden as he prepares for the upcoming presidential election against former President Trump in November. 5 Americans have been detained in Turks and Caicos on ammunition possession charges, with the U.S. unable to secure their release. The arrests occurred over the past 5 months due to strict local laws against ammo and firearm possession. A group of lawmakers visited Monday to facilitate their release but were unsuccessful. However, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman expressed optimism after meeting with the detainees. Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller said that further interest rate increases are likely unnecessary. Speaking on Tuesday, Waller noted that another hike is probably unnecessary, citing data indicating stable inflation. While he emphasized that central bankers should never say never, he acknowledged that the current data appears promising. And Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced that salvage crews have made enormous progress at the Key Bridge collapse. Tuesday, Moore noted that they expect an additional 20 vessels and barges to pass through the Port of Baltimore's public terminals over the next week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is being questioned by the Senate regarding President Biden's response to the war in Gaza. During a Senate committee hearing Tuesday, Blinken was interrupted by protesters who called him a butcher and war criminal.
You will be remembered as the butcher of Gaza.
Blinken is anticipated to face intense scrutiny following President Biden's announcement that he would delay a shipment of bombs to Israel and consider withholding additional weapons if Israel proceeds with a major invasion of the city of Rafah. Former President Trump removed a video from his Truth Social account featuring a reference to a unified Reich if he's reelected. The term, reminiscent of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich, was part of a 30-second video posted Monday showing hypothetical newspaper headlines in the event of Trump's victory. A Trump campaign spokesperson clarified that that video was not created by the campaign. Singapore Airlines reported that a passenger died during a flight that encountered severe turbulence. The incident occurred Tuesday on a Boeing 777 traveling from Singapore to London. Additionally, at least 71 others were injured, though the extent of their injuries is not yet known. Legislation has been introduced to ensure AM radio remains available in vehicles. New Jersey Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone and Republican Florida Representative Gus Bilirakis have put forward the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act of 2024. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
If
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, indeed. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Wednesday. All right, Hump Day coming on. It is 844-844-3388. I see Rick in Columbus joins us this morning. Morning, Rick. He said, my Reds finally won a game. Yay. I have not been paying attention. Have they been like in a big-time slump or something? How are we looking? Not good, as Marty used to say. Not good. All right. So the legalization of marijuana. Numbers coming in out of Canada say the rate of emergency department visits for cannabis poisoning in older adults during the period of legalization of dried cannabis flower and edibles. October 18 through December of 22 was significantly higher than that of the pre-legalization period, according to the research letter published this week in the journal JAMA Internal Medicine. Edibles, which include baked goods, candies, beverages, are increasingly popular. According to the lead researcher, a geriatric and clinician scientist at Sinai Health in Ontario, but some older adults may not be aware of the strength of today's weed. And little is known about the health effects of legalizing edible cannabis on older adults. The age group with the largest growth in overall cannabis use a year after dried cannabis flower was legalized in Canada. There's a bit of an age-related bias that many healthcare practitioners and, frankly, society hold that older adults are not using drugs, and that is not true. We found the largest increases in emergency department visits for cannabis poisoning among seniors occurred after edible cannabis became legal for retail sale in January of 2020. Now, they went through tons of data to examine the rates of emergency room visits for cannabis poisoning among older adults. Pre-legalization from like January of 2015 to September of 18, and to the two legalization periods, which permitted the sale of dried cannabis flower only. That was 2018 through 2019. Then January of 2020 through December of 22, which marked the legalization of cannabis edibles. When people have cannabis poisoning, according to Stahl, they may experience confusion, psychosis, hallucinations, anxiety or panic attacks, rapid heartbeat, chest pain, nausea, and vomiting. During the 8-year study period, there were 2,322 emergency department visits for cannabis poisoning in older adults. We're talking age 69 on average. Nearly 17% of those were simultaneously intoxicated with alcohol. About 38% had cancer, 6.5% had dementia. Compared to the pre-legalization versus the legalization period, number one saw a twice higher rate of emergency department visits for cannabis poisoning. The rate during the second legalization period tripled that of pre-legalization. This study provides a cautionary tale of legalization of substances without adequate research, education, and counseling of users regarding adverse effects, particularly in older adults. The sneaky effects of edibles when it comes to explaining the higher rates, both unintentional and intentional use of edible cannabis, is worth discussing. According to the experts, edible products may be particularly dangerous because they often are indistinguishable from non-cannabis containing foods and may contain high amounts of THC. In his own practice, Stahl has seen a common scenario resulting from the lack of distinction, he said. An emergency department doctor is not able to figure out why an older adult patient is neurologically impaired via any typical tests, only for a toxicology screen to come back positive for cannabis, much to the patient's surprise in many cases. The other thing is cannabis today is very different than cannabis was as recently as the early 80s, the mid-80s and early 90s. Today's cannabis extracts contains as much as 30 times more THC. Older adults who may not have used cannabis in decades and are now trying it again in this post-legalization area may not be aware. Then you've got age-related changes in organ function and how the drug's distributed through the body, as well as having health conditions or being maybe on prescription drugs. Especially psychoactive ones can make it easier for an older adult to experience cannabis poisoning. Some people who intentionally consume cannabis edibles may not be aware that this form has a more delayed effect than an inhalant that goes straight to the bloodstream. Thinking that the edible's not working, they take another one too soon and they end up getting more than they bargained for. There are also people whose prescription medications or pain management with insomnia or dementia symptoms are not effective, so they consume edibles for therapeutic purposes, but they don't consult a doctor first. Interesting. Older adults. Okay. See, that is confirmed. Roki said that's confirmed. According to AARP, people are ODing on gummies because they take so long to work, and they take more of them. AARP, May of 2024. So that's just in the last few weeks, right? Okay. 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Pup, I believe. How we doing out there?
Oh, pretty good. How are you doing today, Steve?
Hanging with them.
Yeah, it's getting a bit breezy outside. You got your garden planted yet?
That would be a negative. I don't even plant tomatoes. At least most of my neighbors do plant a few tomatoes. No, I don't plant anything.
I got two of my gardens planted over the weekend and stuff. But the reason that I called in is I was going to answer two of Vic's questions. One is the last year that Trump was in the White House, there wasn't one soldier killed in Afghanistan.
Really?
And the reason being is he called the leader of the Taliban and told him if one hair got hurt on them soldiers, he would kill him. And he told him exactly where he was and the longitude and latitude of where he was, and he could follow him anywhere. And that's the reason why that was.
Interesting.
And number two, Trump was never going to give up that air base for two reasons. Vic hit one of them, but the other one, it was within 3 hours flight into China from that Air Force base there in Afghanistan.
Okay.
So, but other than that, I don't know. I'm home already. I was a one and done tonight. Our freight volume has fallen off big time. I talked to Jolly Green yesterday, and Dayton's still doing pretty decent, but Old Dominion, FedEx, and us, we're I mean, it's still pretty decent, but nothing like it has been. So
definitely slower.
Those, oh yes, yeah. But those articles you're reading and stuff, I think it's going to come down to it's going to get about as bad as 2008 until after the election.
Wow.
And if Trump wins, then I look for things to pick back up. And I heard, you know how the stock market is so dag blame high right now and stuff.
Yeah, it surpassed 40,000 a couple of days ago. I mean, they're setting record highs.
Yeah, I heard a financial guy the other day, and that kind of makes sense. There's a big group of I can't remember exactly how he put that. But the main guys that are in the S&P, your Amazons and stuff like that, they're making killer money. But there's another group, and I think he called it the Charles Group, which isn't such a big group, and they're not heavily financed and stuff, and those guys are not doing good at all. And but it's pretty interesting. If you really want to hear something pretty cool, go to Joe Pags. Joe Pags had a interview with a fella, and he's a big financial dude. But did you realize at one time and stuff, I think it was 1913 or 1914, that we never had a Federal Reserve? And these big groups of bankers got together on an island outside of Georgia, and they concocted this idea of having the Federal Reserve.
Right.
And they got all this up and rolling and stuff, and they were bribing newspaper men and everything else to brag it up, and they got some politicians to go along with it and stuff. But he was saying, and I don't know if this is true or not, I'm no financial guy, but he was saying that if it wasn't for the Federal Reserve, we wouldn't have inflation. So I don't know how that works, but it's a really, really interesting interview. You'd like that. So, but that's all I got for you tonight, Steve, and I'll just kick back and listen and maybe have a skull buster since I'm home already.
All right. Well, sounds like a plan. If I had to wager a guess, I'm thinking it's because the Federal Reserve had has the ability to just print up money. Print with nothing to back it up. Prior to the Federal Reserve, as Sundance has mentioned on a number of occasions, we were backed. We were on you had your silver certificates, right? That $1 was worth $1 worth of silver, backed by silver. the gold standard. Now, I mean, it's almost like the dollar ain't barely worth the paper it's printed on, right? Because we've just, the Federal Reserve, print. Printing money, trying to control what's going on with the overall economy. It is 844-844-3388. What did they call that? The economic stimulus, trying to stimulate the economy. Print more money.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, that was the term I was looking for. Quantitative easing. You are correct, Horse Feathers. Quantitative easing. Meanwhile, as we say, I'm looking here. The trucking industry has been facing numerous challenges in recent years, and 2024 is no exception. One of the main issues currently plaguing the industry is a significant shortage of freight. This shortage has led to a domino effect, impacting various stakeholders within the industry, including truck drivers, trucking companies, ultimately the American consumer. The 23-24 year freight industry faces a persistent shortage. Increased supply chain demand and pandemic-related disruptions make the shortage even worse. And the ongoing freight capacity issue is affecting truck drivers' job stability and consumer prices. All right, trucking companies, let's see, the freight shortages present a significant challenge to trucking companies, especially in their profit margins. These companies are not only struggling with securing sufficient freight to ship, but they're also facing factors such as capacity constraints and fluctuating demand in the freight market. The decrease in sales and volume directly affects trucking companies' margins. In order to remain competitive, they may need to rethink their strategies and adopt to changes in their business environment. One of the consequences of the freight shortage is a shift in consumer spending patterns. This shift has had an effect on the types of goods being transported and where these goods are being shipped to. Carriers are also dealing with labor and part shortages. This puts companies in a difficult position when they try to keep their fleets running and on the road to service customers. Increased maintenance costs and operational challenges further impacting already thin profit margins. Will truck drivers lose their jobs? As for the question, the impact is yet to be seen. While businesses might be facing difficulties, the driver shortage, quote, also continues to be an issue. If anything, trucking companies might need to explore methods for retaining and attracting drivers, like offering more competitive benefits and salaries despite the economic headwinds. In conclusion, the freight shortage poses a major challenge to trucking companies. In terms of driving jobs, it seems unlikely that drivers will lose their positions due to the freight shortage. While it's true some smaller carriers are forced to close their doors, the demand for truck drivers remains an ongoing concern. When will the freight shortage end? The freight industry has experienced significant challenges in recent years. During the height of the COVID pandemic, 2022 was a big decline in demand for freight services. As borders closed, international trade was disrupted. The effects of this downturn were still being felt last year. What happens this year, yet to be seen. It appears the world's economic environment has stabilized, or started to stabilize, but with excess capacity and a continuing lack of demand, the freight sector is still facing challenges. There's been a shift in the freight cycle, with no peak season in 2023 due to the excess capacity and low demand in the industry. That's caused container spot rates to remain stagnant with no end to the freight shortage in the immediate future. The conditions of September in 22 may have presented a unique opportunity for industry progress, but unfortunately, the challenges brought on by COVID were still persisting. With international trade returning to pre-pandemic levels, an end to the freight shortage seems likely, but experts predict it may take longer, obviously, than originally anticipated. In light of the uncertain outlook, there is some concern about job security for truck drivers. However, the world continues to adapt and recover from the COVID pandemic. There will likely be a resurgence in demand for freight movement. That will inevitably require skilled and experienced truck drivers to support the industry's recovery. But just kind of confirming what many of you are seeing out there. Things kind of slow at the moment, right? And we shall get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388 as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump said he'd love to discuss his hush money trial, but cited a gag order preventing him from doing so. Speaking outside the courtroom Tuesday, Trump hinted at being very impressed if he could speak. Both the prosecution and defense have rested their cases. The judge informed the jury that summations will take place next Tuesday after Memorial Day. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is being questioned by the Senate regarding President Biden's response to the war in Gaza. During a Senate committee hearing Tuesday, Blinken was interrupted by protesters.
You will be remembered as the butcher of Gaza.
Blinken is anticipated to face intense scrutiny following Biden's announcement that he would delay a shipment of bombs to Israel and consider withholding additional weapons. Singapore Airlines reported that a passenger died during a flight that encountered severe turbulence. Happened Tuesday on a flight traveling from Singapore to London. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Now we kick off another segment here where a CDL training school that had centers in Tacoma and Kent, Washington, as well as a third site in Portland, Oregon, has ceased operations and filed for bankruptcy liquidation. Pacific Northwest Professional Driving School, doing business as Toro Trucking Academy, filing Chapter 7, which means they're seeking to wind down operations and liquidate assets. Filed in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the Western District of Washington. Company representative blamed the closure on all the market forces that are happening in the industry today. Increasing regulations that just get worse and worse and harder to do business. The spokesperson for Toro Trucking Academy, who didn't want to be named, told FreightWaves, you've got the industry economic situation, fuel prices, especially in the Pacific Northwest, that have more than doubled. Personnel costs and trying to operate in states like Washington and Oregon that are unfriendly to business. It all adds up and it just crushes you. In the petition, Ryan Kling, who is listed as the owner and president, states while his lot lease to store the company's tractors and trailers is paid through this month, the trucking school's property insurance policy expired in March, and the carrier would not renew it. They had 11 drivers and 13 power units at the time of the closure. According to the FMCSA Safer website, they've trained thousands of professional drivers over the past 10 years. Company stopped posting images of their CDL graduates on their social media platforms in early April. The website for the trucking school's location in Tacoma, Kent, and Portland is no longer operational. We didn't leave anybody hanging out there in the middle of training, so we were intentional about when we closed, they said. We had an agreement with another CDL school. If there were any students that needed anything after we closed, all those students were taken care of and got their CDLs. In their filing, they list assets between $100,000 and $500,000, liabilities between $1 and $10 million. Petition states the company has up to 49 creditors and maintains funds will be available for distribution to unsecured creditors. They're involved in 2 pending legal actions, including the breach of contract lawsuit filed in King County Superior Court. They're also awaiting results of an audit conducted by the Washington State Department of Revenue. All right, they list some of the folks they owe to, but another one, check them off the list. Good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, God's children, and hello, everyone listening at this time to Steve Summers, The Overnight Drive, all of our AM and FM affiliates, along with everyone listening on the app, Rumble, and on Facebook. God bless everyone. Glad y'all are listening to us tonight. Well, Steve, you've got grandkids, and I know you have probably watched a million times the little old Pixar series, a little Pixar called Cars, with Chick Hicks, Strip Weathers, yeah. I'm going to borrow a pun for what Strip Weathers told Lightning McQueen about him being a good race car driver, but he's stupid. That's these truck drivers that get out here, think they can pop pills, put needles in their arm, pop tops on the devil's mouthwash, and smoke the devil's lettuce, and operate 80,000 pounds, 53 feet long, 13 foot 6 high of these commercial vehicles. You are plain stupid. Just teetotal ate up with the DA from the top of your head to the soles of your feet. Now, that story you just said a while ago proves it, and I've been knowing this forever. And Michael Savage, which I listened to his podcast, which he's about to be retiring here soon. I hate that because he's very entertaining. When you and I, back in the day, were listening to Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, and whoever, and smoking the devil's lettuce, which I got to be honest, I really, I smoked it probably about 4 or 5 times in my entire life. I just never did do anything to me. I was a good old-fashioned drunk back in the day. But, Steve, it was between 5 to 10% THC. So, you would smoke it, you giggle, and you get the munchies, want to go get some Funyuns and drink some orange soda, you know. Nowadays, like Michael Savage was saying, you got people being taken to the hospital, whacked out of their brain, like they're just completely psycho. And it's because of this devil's lettuce that they're smoking. The devil's lettuce they're smoking nowadays is between 60 to 100% THC. genetically modified because, a lot of people are growing it and they're getting it to where it's so daggum strong. People are literally having psychiatric problems and going into the hospital and it's not being reported because the Democrats have an election to win, But it's happening out there. And what's even sadder is, Steve, I can almost bet you money that I'm willing to bet money 70% of 18-wheeler accidents happening nowadays just ain't on foreign drivers. It's on drivers thinking they can get out here, pop pills, put a needle in their arm, pop a top and drink a beer going down the road, or smoking the devil's lettuce. They're getting out here, they're getting high, trying to beat the clock, beat the challenge, and we already had a bad reputation to begin with. The CB radio exposed that, and even Bozo said that. But it's getting worse. Yesterday, in the state of Mississippi, I had to get off at Franklin Creek Road because they had the interstate shut down, like right past Franklin Creek Road on I-10, that's exit 75, all the way to Pascagoula River Bridge, because another driver, a truck driver, was not paying attention, rear-ended in an Audi. Truck driver was going over 80 miles an hour, rear-ended an Audi, crossed the median, and hit another driver head on. Another driver carrying hazmat head on. Interstate was closed down, I think they said 5 or 6 hours. And I'm almost willing to bet when it all comes out in the wash, autopsy's done, toxicology's done, all that stuff, one of them drivers is going to be high. And I'm starting to see it more and more, it's just either they don't care or they're higher than a Georgia pine trying to drive these trucks. And you just can't do it, God's children. You just can't get out here. If you're going to be a druggie, be a druggie and just stay at home. Don't get out here and ruin what, a lot of good people have put their life and their, reputation on. It just ain't worth it, Steve. But anyways, I had to get on that little old kick there. You had that good story. By the way, I've been driving 26 years. I think I'm smarter than an eighth grader. According to what Biden says, we're just totally dumb. Truck drivers are. And I saw the post that you made, and as soon as that thing dropped, my son sent it to me. He really got offended. He said, "Man, Dad, this really ticks me off." And I watched it. I'm like, "Yeah, it does." I graduated from high school, had to work hard to get my high school diploma and everything like that. I said, I have more of an eighth grade education, but according to what Biden says, all truck drivers are dumb, stupid, and have an eighth grade education, and will be employed after 5 years. That's what he said, right?
Every truck driver with an eighth grade education knows they won't have a job in 3, 4, 5 years.
Well, you know what? A lot of truck drivers who are inspired to be an owner-operator, I pray to God you don't get in a lease purchase deal. I hope you have good enough credit. If you don't have good enough credit, build your credit up, get credit counseling, and go outside of a carrier and buy yourself your own truck and get your own authority if you can. Ask some of the veteran drivers like Monkey Gouger or someone else that has done it for so long how to get your own authority and do it the right way and stuff. But there's a lot of business opportunity. There's like, you could call yourself, if you want to start your own business, eighth grade trucking. You could give yourself the CB handle if people still talk on the CB handle, on the CB. Smarter than an eighth grader, call yourself eighth grade. There's a lot of business opportunities, a lot of great business names you could work into that. But like I commented on your post, I can almost bet you the top 3 nemesis callers that call in, and I won't say their name. I said their part of their name on the post. They're still going to call up and bow down. They're going to get their little old prayer mat out, put it in front of the TV because they'll never be able to stand before the occupier of the White House. But they're going to put it in front of the TV, or they're in front of their cell phones. They're going to bow down to Biden, worship him like he's Jesus Christ, and give him praise and glory. But yet, the top 3 people that call this show that support him, according to what Biden says, they're no smarter than an eighth grader. And if that's true, and they're going to still call and support him, then Biden might be right about some truck drivers. Anyway, Steve, man, look, everything aside, we're all excited over here at Determined Ministries Church. Our baptism service, Steve, is going to be on like Donkey Kong. We're going to be right there at Presley's Landing, praise God. July 28th at 4 o'clock p.m., we're going to be having a good old-fashioned, and the guy at Presley's Outing has got me set up on a private beach. I mean, beautiful areas. Got a little pavilion. We're going to have a little service. There's a nice sandbar and a nice, beautiful creek, and we're just looking forward to it, Steve. And, man, this is going to be one of these old-fashioned, old-timey water baptisms, So I want to encourage folks, if you're from out of state, come on, we'd like to have you. If you're in state, man, come on, we would like to have you. July 28th at 4 o'clock p.m., this will not be aired live. It's not going to be recorded. So in order for you to be able to be a part, you're going to have to come and actually get off your keister and come on and be a part, But I want you to remember, and I'm not trying to preach. If you want to hear more preaching, you go to Determined Ministries Church on Facebook. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m., and you can hear more preaching. But I do want you to remember, when it comes to baptism, it's salvation first, baptism second. If you think that by getting dunked in water, you're going to get saved, you're sadly mistaken. The Bible does say, and I'm not trying to preach, and I'll get off here in a minute, get off my little soapbox. If you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died on the cross and confess with your mouth that he died on the cross and rose from the dead, you shall be saved. So if you believe that and you want to be baptized, come on over. We'd love to dunk you in the water. Just please don't wear a Speedo. Please have on like a shirt. We don't want to see no one out there wearing the banana hammock or the Speedos, or women. I know at Knuckle Buster he would want the women to appear in the two-piece, and I think he likes the thicker women to appear in the two-piece, like that Bambi dovetail that Gilligan always talks about. He says that Heat Wave has an infatuation with, which is kind of weird because I thought Heat Wave was married, but apparently, according to Gilligan, that he's got an infatuation with Bambi dovetail. But that's a whole other story for another time. Something about a party you had a few years ago where
right.
They dropped him off. All joking aside, we'd like to have you. We're looking forward to it. And before I get off here, there's several people that I know of that listen to the show that have reached out to me and named that need prayer. I can't go through the whole entire list, but I got a list of a lot of people that are listeners, and you know who you are. And I thank you all so much for supporting our church and supporting Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. And Steve, listen to me, brother. I was on your site the other day. And, Steve, you've got some good deals on the overnightdrive.com. You really do. And I encourage anybody that if you're wanting to get a good deal on any kind of Steve Summers merch, go to Steve Summers, the overnightdrive.com. You've got the deals right there. And including, look, if you just say, well, I don't want to buy no Hot Shot Secret from the hotshotsecret.com, I want to go to the overnightdrive.com, they got it right there too. Mm-hmm. Along with stickers, T-shirts, koozies. Steve, you got it all at the overnightdrive.com. We appreciate what you're doing out here. And God, shoot it, I'm going to try and call in again. I hope some of y'all didn't get offended, but I'm just going to tell it like it is. I ain't going to beat around the bush. If you're popping pills, sticking needles in your arm, getting high on meth, smoking meth, just if you're doing stuff the illegal way to get from point A to point B, you need to get out of this industry. The industry's already got two black eyes. We don't need excuse me, I'm going to rephrase that. This industry's got 2 black eyes and a bloody nose. We don't need to get punched in the mouth and get our teeth knocked out right along with it. So just do yourself a favor. Get out of the industry. Admit you have a problem. Go get help. And I know the First Step program. First step is getting on knees and looking up at Jesus saying, Lord, I need your help, and he'll help you. And remember this, God's children, love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And don't you forget to check out Steve Summers, theovernightdrive.com. God bless you, Steve. We love you, man. God bless you. Take care.
Have a good morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, for those like myself, spend a lot of time on the derriere and always sit a lot. And if you drive a truck, obviously you're sitting while driving, right? And oftentimes you notice, do you feel like you're kind of slouching when you're driving? Researchers over the decades have investigated the effect of slouching. There's no clear evidence that this rounded posture, often associated with negative body language, actually hurts the spine. However, slouching has now been linked to poorer information and memory recall, as well as worse mood when compared to sitting upright. Sitting upright has been shown to correct these memory lapses, giving scientists at least one good reason to promote erect posture. Sit up straight. While slouching is me over the computer, it's not damaging the spine. Ideally, we need to change our posture frequently for comfort and other health reasons. According to experts at Harvard, some warn that our slouching epidemic is leading to mood disorders, sleep impairment, fatigue, and jaw misalignment. It can also cause incontinence. Poor posture promotes stress incontinence because slouching increases abdominal pressure. Constipation. Slouching while on the toilet can cause constipation. Heartburn and slow digestion, because slouching puts pressure on the abdomen. It can lead to heartburn, that uncomfortable sensation, stomach acid or reflux, as they call it. While slouching may not be bad for the spine, it's still advisable to vary your position during the day and take regular work breaks to reduce the risk of developing pain and muscle fatigue. You will also boost productivity and feel more comfortable. Our little health tip of the day: stop being a slouch. Okay. Speaking of a sloucher, hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, while you were talking about that, I went ahead and turned my seat up about 2 cranks. I think my seat itself is busted. Brand new truck. Anytime you put pressure on the back, it pops back 1. So, I just got on here a while back. Did y'all hear about the illegal alien that tried playing Frogger on Interstate 40 around exit 66 there in Kingman, Arizona? Apparently there was a chase between INS and a car full of illegal aliens. When the car stopped, one of them jumped out and ran across the interstate excuse me, into westbound traffic where he met his demise. Well, that was a big holdup. All you saw there was INS with their yellow tape, and you seen this tarp covering the body on the overpass. And so they were doing 3 lanes of traffic getting off there at the Petro. Problem is, they wouldn't let you go to the Petro. You just had to continue on. Just get off the off-ramp and then get on the on-ramp. So if you wanted to go to the Petro, it was tough luck. Now, on my behalf, the name on the card was Bambi Dovetail. That was the New Year's party you had, where I got stuck at the airport there, where whatever community, Covington.
Yes.
Is that where y'all's airport is? Over there, Covington.
Yeah.
Yes, and I got on the bus, and I guess I went around and around and around.
You guys got stuck out on the loop, right? Round and round we go, and he didn't know where to. Yeah, but we paused there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump said he'd love to discuss his hush money trial, but cited a gag order preventing him from doing so. Trump spoke outside the courtroom Tuesday.
Remember, I'm gagged. I'm not allowed to say what I'd like to really say because you'd be very impressed, but I'm gagged.
Both the prosecution and defense have rested their cases. The New York judge informed the jury that summations will take place next Tuesday after Memorial Day and anticipated jury deliberations to begin hopefully next Wednesday. President Biden's public approval rating has dropped to its lowest point in nearly 2 years. According to a Reuters Ipsos poll, only 36% of Americans approve of Biden's job performance. That's down from 38% in April. This ties with his lowest approval rating recorded in July 2022. This decline could signal trouble for Biden as he prepares for the upcoming presidential election against former President Trump in November. 5 Americans have been detained in Turks and Caicos on ammunition possession charges, with the U.S. unable to secure their release. The arrests occurred over the past 5 months due to strict local laws against ammo and firearm possession. A group of lawmakers visited Monday to facilitate their release, but were unsuccessful. However, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman expressed optimism after meeting with the detainees. Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller said that further interest rate increases are likely unnecessary. Speaking on Tuesday, Waller noted that another hike is probably unnecessary, citing data indicating stable inflation. While he emphasized that central bankers should never say never, he acknowledged that the current data appears promising. And Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced that salvage crews have made enormous progress at the Key Bridge collapse. Tuesday, Moore noted that they expect an additional 20 vessels and barges to pass through the Port of Baltimore's public terminals over the next week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is being questioned by the Senate regarding President Biden's response to the war in Gaza. During a Senate committee hearing Tuesday, Blinken was interrupted by protesters who called him a butcher and war criminal.
You will be remembered as the butcher of Gaza.
Blinken is anticipated to face intense scrutiny following President Biden's announcement that he would delay a shipment of bombs to Israel and consider withholding additional weapons if Israel proceeds with a major invasion of the city of Rafah. Former President Trump removed a video from his Truth Social account featuring a reference to a unified Reich if he's reelected. The term, reminiscent of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich, was part of a 30-second video posted Monday showing hypothetical newspaper headlines in the event of Trump's victory. A Trump campaign spokesperson clarified that that video was not created by the campaign. Singapore Airlines reported that a passenger died during a flight that encountered severe turbulence. The incident occurred Tuesday on a Boeing 777 traveling from Singapore to London. Additionally, at least 71 others were injured, though the extent of their injuries is not yet known. Legislation has been introduced to ensure AM radio remains available in vehicles. New Jersey Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone and Republican Florida Representative Gus Bilirakis have put forward the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act of 2024. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, good morning to Steve in Columbus. You are correct. Wednesday morning. Morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there. The halfway point is here, and for these next couple of days, we'll be looking forward to a nice, relaxing weekend. But first, it's time to head into town and see what the day brings us. Yeah, the local weather dude says things may get a little interesting this afternoon. Hopefully the bad stuff stays away. All right, everybody enjoy the day. Correct. There's Truck and Phil. Happy hump day. Coffee up. Good morning to the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Another warm one. 85 and rain in Fort Wayne. 85 and rain in Sterling Heights, Michigan. As we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Semper Fi, says Truck and Phil. All right, and you sent me the full moon calendar as well. I know, I can tell it's close. We're a couple days away, I'm guessing. Welcome back, Senor Heatwave. And hey, but your voice, how many months have you been? Is it like a sinus infection or what's the deal? Do you know?
Well, it started out as a sinus infection that I went through 2 rounds of antibiotics. Now, the sinuses are taken care of, but this is the end result with my throat, and I am going to have to go in and get seen, see if there's not I did have a lump on my throat. Whenever I'd stretch my head up, stretch the neck out, I could feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I would swallow food or whatnot, I could feel the food going over that lump. But that lump has disappeared. So I'm over here chewing on Halls, mentholyptus, cough drops, and whatnot. So yeah, it's ongoing. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, you may have a little. I mean, sometimes they get those little. What do they call them? I don't know, lymph nodes or something on your vocal cords or whatever.
Lesions.
Yeah, it's singers.
Yeah,
singing people that use their vocal cords a lot. Yeah, tend to get those. I don't know. Well, are you known to talk a lot?
Was a bear crap in the woods?
That was not a trick question, no.
So yeah, I tend to be a social butterfly, which Lady Heatwave just kind of rolls her eyes and kind of grabs me by the arm and pulls me to the side whenever that happens. So, but no, I was going to say, that Bambi Dovetail, all I remember of that trip is getting back to Albuquerque, waking up, and having this note pinned to my jacket. Call me. So, I don't know what happened. But, to be smarter than an 8th grader out here, we all knew that the economy was going to go in the tank, because we're the first to know when there's going to be bad times, and we're the first ones to know when things get better. Now, the stock market hitting 40,000 points, well, that's nice. But didn't Biden's boss, Barry, say that he didn't pay no attention to the stock market because it didn't mean anything, and now Biden's touting, hey, look at what I did. Well, you know what? If the economy was anywhere as good as you say it is, no, Joe, then why are we not all reaping the benefits of this booming economy? You know, it's not like carriers like us or ABF or whoever. It's not like we have a business that offers things like Amazon Prime or Walmart. And I'm not knocking on them for having that kind of side business. But I mean, people are going to buy goods. And, you know, great for them that they have their own private fleets, that they're able to do that kind of stuff. But as far as general freight goes, yeah, we are the ones out here that can say, oh, we're going to have a good year this year, or, ooh, better tighten up that belt another notch. So, hey, I'll tell you what, we had a young lady come into our office here in Las Vegas. I was told to go ahead and get a room for the night, so I was doing that. And this Amazon, she comes walking in like she's got a purpose in life. And, you know, I just kind of stepped to my side and walked out. And another lady had come out of the office saying, boy, she is tearing up our dispatcher one end down the other. I said, well, what's the problem? She's been sitting here waiting for a load, and she's had issues with, I guess, the yard jockey. And I said, well, you know what? Cussing somebody out ain't going to help your business any. Well, they took the load off of her, and they give it to me. So I'm running up here to Red Mule's neck of the woods. I'll be up in Cedar City here in a couple hours, and I know Red Mule told me to give him a holler the next time I was up here, but I think by the time I get up here, I'm going to put my happy butt to sleep. So, yeah, maybe do some saltwater gargling and see if I can't get this vocal nonsense straightened up for tomorrow.
Yeah. And
that's all I pretty much had to say.
The word I was looking for was polyp. You get polyps on your vocal cords. Polyps, correct. Vocal cord polyps can have a variety of causes, but the most common is overuse or abuse of the voice, like screaming, using an unnatural pitch, or talking too much when the vocal cords are inflamed. The causes of vocal cord polyps and nodules include long-term overuse of the voice, but I don't know if it's in relation to the sinus infection. You get the postnasal drip and all that. That definitely will inflame your vocal cords. But as modern technology continues to advance, Microsoft has announced a new line of artificially intelligence-enhanced Windows computers, aiming to revolutionize the way we interact with our devices by integrating the Copilot AI assistant into the Windows operating system. Now, they say this is actually kind of creepy. The creepy system will take constant screenshots of your activity to track your every move. Why would we want this? Fortune magazine reports that at an event held at the company's headquarters in Redmond, Washington, Microsoft's CEO introduced the new class of AI-imbued personal computers, emphasizing their potential to anticipate users' needs and intentions. Anticipate? Like the computer knows where you're going next? We are entering this new era where computers not only understand us, but can actually anticipate what we want and our intent. The new AI-powered features include Windows Recall, which provides the Copilot assistant with a photographic memory of a user's virtual activity. Microsoft claims its privacy settings will be protected by allowing them to filter out unwanted tracking, and keeping the tracking data on the device itself. Now, all this amidst the heightened competition from rival tech giants like Google and OpenAI, who've unveiled their own generative AI technologies. Google introduced a revamped search engine that incorporates AI-generated summaries, showcased their in-development AI assistant known as Astra, which can interact with users based on visual inputs from a smartphone camera. Meanwhile, OpenAI launched a new version of the ChatGPT chatbot, demonstrating an AI voice assistant capable of engaging in natural conversations and even attempting to assess a person's emotions. Microsoft's new AI-enhanced Windows PCs are set to launch on June the 18th. They will be available on devices manufactured by partners such as Acer, Asus, ASUS, Dell, HP, Lenovo, and Samsung, as well as Microsoft's own Surface line. However, these cutting-edge features will be reserved for premium models starting at $1,000, $999, $1,000. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here, where we leave off. I think several of our listeners even suggested the same. I don't think it'll ever happen, but Donald Trump said he wants Joe Biden to take a drug test ahead of their first presidential debate next month. If Biden makes it through the debate, and I think he will, they'll say it was the finest debate performance in history, says Trump. But he did say he intends to demand that Biden take a drug test. I really am. I don't want him coming in like he did for the State of the Union, high as a kite. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. Everyone saw that. Democrats, Republicans, Independents. He was hyped up, jacked up So a little more into the story. Of course, they've been sparring back and forth. In a Truth Social post, Trump said that Biden was the worst debater I've ever faced. Can't put two sentences together. Time for a debate so we can explain to the American people his highly destructive open border policy, his new ridiculous electric vehicle mandates, the allowance of crushing inflation, high taxes, and his really weak foreign policy. Of course, during a recent meeting with supporters in Atlanta, Biden said the upcoming debate has a lot at stake. It's not about me, it's about the alternative. You know, my opponent's not a good loser, he said. Okay, 844-844-3388. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Summers. Is it a full moon tonight, this morning?
It is a full moon Thursday morning.
Oh, okay. Well, we got another day to go before it gets completely round.
Yep.
Well, I'm not talking about heat wave there, or anybody on this show, but I know some people that love to just hear their self-talk so much that they even talk in their sleep, Steve. Tell you all kinds of weird things there. So,
right.
Yeah. But then dude was Magoo didn't say that he was a truck driver at one time. See, well, that was a big old lie, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I've been driving 37 years myself there. I got 22 years with this company, number 3 in seniority, so I ain't got to worry about losing my job there, right? And I can promise horse feathers. I might crack a joke about him, but I am never going to be able to replace the great horse feathers there. And Gilligan won't be able to replace me either, Steve. So, I know them preachers like that sex too. If they didn't, there wouldn't be no little brother ramblers running around, right?
Absolutely.
Besides that, I ain't blind. Yeah, I ain't blind, and I ain't. Well, can I say? I would just say the Q word. I don't know what Paige Spearnack says. They fuss at her about what she wears out there on the golf course there, Steve. But she says everybody likes boobs. Hey, I agree with her. I do. I ain't blind, and I ain't. So anyway, forsaking all, I trust Jesus Christ to be who he said he was and what he said he was going to do for us, Steve. I've been married 44 years. You know, Rick Steinhaus Jr. there, him and I have come from the same hometown, but I can promise him he's not as good as me, because if Danica had been my girlfriend, she would still be my girlfriend. Wouldn't be no, well, I better be careful what I say. Tennessee might be listening this morning.
You never know.
You never know. I know that's right. Well, just don't park your truck around Memphis, Tennessee. It might get towed. It'll probably get broke into. That's what they make kingpin locks for, glad hand locks, master lock for the back door there. Steve, I want to thank them, the Reds, for letting the Cardinals win this coming weekend there. They got a couple Memorial Day games there, so y'all just let them Cardinals win there. And besides, I looked up on the standing. Y'all are about like 2 games in behind us there. So I don't know what the hell happened there. So, I'll tell you, a 2015 Ford F-150, it was used. We finally got the title in, Steve. You know what they put down for the odometer?
What's that?
The original date that he purchased that truck, which was August 30th, 2021. Guess what? That means that truck has got 8,302,021 miles. We're trying to get all that mess straightened out. It ain't got but 83,900 miles on it originally, but they got to straighten that title out on that thing there. Did you get a chance to look at the belt picture that I sent you?
Yes, I did. That's pretty nice. That's a good wife.
Yeah, I know that's right, but I am one lucky bastard, right?
That would be correct. That would be correct.
Morning.
Thank you much. You got it, Knucklebuster. He sent me a copy of the card that his wife gave him, which, as he said, I cannot read on the air. Buckwheat, what the heck's going on out there?
Well, I don't know. It looks like it's something pretty serious. Interstate 80 in northern Jersey at exit 66. It's just a couple miles from New York City, west of New York City. You got a trailer jackknife has the express lanes of Interstate 80 eastbound closed and local and express of 80 westbound closed. The trailer is jackknife and it's sitting on top of the Jersey wall. The tractor looks like it's smashed flat and looks like it hit a truck on the westbound lanes. And there's pieces all over the place. And there's about 3 miles of traffic on the westbound lane that are just sitting there. And they look like they've been sitting there for a while, and they're probably going to be there for a while. So I suggest avoiding Interstate 80 west. On the eastbound lanes, you can go on the local lanes to get through, but westbound is a no-go. So it's going to be that way for a while, and there's probably going to be a write-up tomorrow about it, but not sure exactly what happened.
Okay.
So that's all I have on it. Don't know anything else. But it's been a good night for trailer trucking so far, but until you see stuff like that, you realize that your life can be snuffed out pretty quick.
Somebody didn't necessarily, so it doesn't look good for the driver, you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, the cab that I could see, I mean, it was smashed flatter than a pancake from my viewpoint of it. But I can't see how that guy got out. And there's so many pieces on the other side. I don't know what's what. So I think there might be fatalities on both trucks. But
Wow.
So.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm getting in here to the Ross Bronx Expressway, so I got to go. So
thank you for the heads up, though. Appreciate you.
Right,
be careful out there. Thank you for listening. Yes, have a good morning. Hey, Scarecrow, got you coming out. Thanks for hanging in there, Scarecrow. I wanted to bump him up because he said something about an emergency out there on the roadway, so I wanted to get him in. The inbred redneck, if you can hang with us. Are you with me? First, we got a news break coming up here. And, of course, with Hump Day here, travelers will begin hitting the road. I think Friday's probably going to be a really crazy day out there, right? Yeah, a lot of folks take off, work maybe a half day, so some starting especially like the noon hour Friday, hit the road, headed to their respective long weekend destinations for the unofficial kickoff of summertime. And we'll be back after this.
USA News Update. Former President Trump said he'd love to discuss his hush money trial, but cited a gag order preventing him from doing so. Speaking outside the courtroom Tuesday, Trump hinted at being very impressed if he could speak. Both the prosecution and defense have rested their cases. The judge informed the jury that summations will take place next Tuesday after Memorial Day. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is being questioned by the Senate regarding President Biden's response to the war in Gaza. During a Senate committee hearing Tuesday, Blinken was interrupted by protesters.
You will be remembered as the butcher of Gaza.
Blinken is anticipated to face intense scrutiny following Biden's announcement that he would delay a shipment of bombs to Israel and consider withholding additional weapons. Singapore Airlines reported that a passenger died during a flight that encountered severe turbulence. Happened Tuesday on a flight traveling from Singapore to London. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, jump back into it here. Get back to the calls. What's happening, Scarecrow? Good morning.
Well, Steve, you got me wondering there. Was that Knucklebuster's way of suggesting that Tennessee talks in her sleep?
He did not name any names.
You know, well, my thoughts are the big dog there. He may have to be kind of looking over his shoulder and be careful there. That just might be psychology on her part. You know, he ends up, you know, they're both between the sheets there, and he assumes she's asleep, and she might just be trying and waiting for a response that he's not really prepared to give. There's probably more to this story. We'll have to stay tuned for that one maybe tomorrow, huh? Oh, Rambler, yeah. It had me reminding me how certain religious faiths and practices, how they are subject to change. You know, he touched on baptism there a little. Now, at least in the Lutheran faith here, what would have been my oldest aunt, would have been my mom's older sister. This was at birth. The doctor, at the farmhouse, he said she's not going to make it. And so Grandpa had to race out and get the preacher, that there's no way one could enter heaven without being baptized. So even the newborn child, infant, had to be baptized. So that's what took place then. And Mom was born a few years later. And the doctor told my grandparents, "You're going to lose another girl." So there was a repeat of the same thing. Well, Mom kind of beat the odds there, I'd have to say, Steve, given she'll turn 100 this fall. But regardless, the family had 2 girls baptized literally at birth. Oh, yeah, the devil's lettuce there. Steve, I never really, I may have partaken, but I can't say it ever did anything for me. It was more of I suppose, a social thing. But you take and blend that in with a sheet of brownies, that kind of changed the playing field there some way. That left a whole room of individuals smiling and happy and laughing at the most trivial of jokes and whatnot. But so yeah, that was back in my growing and learning years.
Correct.
Either way.
Yes.
Yeah. We all went through that, or many of us anyway. Thinking back on the early call, that we kind of dodged the bullet at the home, the crow's nest again, Steve. The storm, the major storm that kind of stayed west of us there, drifted up. I don't know if it went up Minneapolis area or crossed over Pryor, but no, we had a little wind and not even a whole lot of rain. But then there was another band came through the south of La Crosse, maybe an hour or so, and it kind of sounded like Big Ed. He was probably about an hour behind me coming out of La Crosse there, and I chased the storm for 2.5 hours and never did catch the rain. I had good, soggy, sopping wet roads, but the only wiper use was, for the road spray being kicked up. It wasn't until a half hour east of Madison where I finally caught some weather, and that was just a few short downpours, some nasty wind that would blow from the south and north, and next thing you knew, it's blowing from the north to the south.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I made it. Then the roads dried up. I pulled in the fuel stop there, and when we parked the fuel, we're pointing, pretty much south by southwest, and there was some pretty nasty wind going, but it was mild out. But for some reason, I thought, I'm going to put my coat on anyway and cap. Well, I got one fuel pump, fuel hose in the tank. On my way around to the satellite pump way, I paid the price. Steve, the rain, it came in, and that wind had the fuel hoses just about at a 90-degree angle. That was the heaviest rain I think I've ever experienced. Now, I am starting to dry out here a little bit, but at that moment, I was thinking I might have to change that dress code that we have on Casual Friday there, I was saturated as saturated you can be from the waistline south. The only way I could have gotten any wetter would be if I'd have done the full-on skinny dip in that Summers cement pond there. You know all about the skinny dipping thing there, no doubt. But it came to pass and whatnot. I left a pretty good pool of water standing there at the fuel desk, but and that was just prior to when I called in the first time there, Steve. And that's when, shortly after that is when your signal started crackling there. You remember you had to reset it or such.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I assumed it was my headset there that, I had toweled myself off, but I thought, did I get a little water out of my ear dripping into my earpiece, or what the heck took place there? But I figured, well, I'll wait until another caller comes on, and I think it was Horse Feathers kind of made that known. So yeah, that was a nasty one. And coming out now, I was looking at that same. Well, it's not a full moon, obviously, but it was a nice, bright, clear moon, and a few stars. And I don't know. I think the major weather is done for the day, isn't it? I don't remember what you had predicted at the start of the program there, but either way, that's pretty much just a little babble for today, I guess. So if the inbred redneck is looking to make some airwaves, we better clear the road. He might be in a political state of mind there. So, we'll get you up later there, Steve.
We shall
Thank
find
you
out.
much.
Yes, so your bigger storm that brought the severe weather, the tornadoes, the devastation to Iowa this past day. The circulation is now all the way up, pushing into Canada. Still have some rains in the northernmost reaches of Minnesota there. But pushing north of the UP of Michigan. And now we watch what they call the trailing cold front, which is bringing a line of showers right from northeast down into southwestern Kansas this morning. And I think that's the zone that's going to kind of progress to the east through the upcoming day. And maybe we may see some more active weather, some spotty showers kind of developing there in parts of the Ohio Valley. We'll keep an eye on things. But indeed, the inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. I tell you what, I'm on the way right now to christen a beautiful septic tank for some of my clients over here and get it going this morning, Steve. So, yeah, buddy, I know it's unusual to hear from a presidential candidate christening a dang-on septic tank, but these deeds have to be done, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah. We just got to get approval from these people over here in Virginia. It's like standing on your head and trying to eat an ice cream cone at the same time, dealing with the Virginia bureaucracy, buddy. But, buddy, we got a big problem with this economy here, buddy, and I hear a lot of people talking, and everybody worried about the devil's lettuce and everything else, and I'd like to make a few corrections there. Nothing can be 100%, brother, especially when it's coming from nature. For the most part, you're never going to see 100% in anything. Now, Brother Rambler was saying that there's marijuana out there with 100% purity of THC. But I would like to remind people that THC is not only found in marijuana, it's found in tomatoes, corn, everything else in the world. And nobody is calling for anybody to stop eating tomatoes, corn, or some of these other plants. You know what I'm saying, buddy? I mean, they can look it up if they want to, but that's the facts of the matter, you know. So, yeah.
I was not aware of any THC content in the likes of corn or tomatoes. I'm guessing it's like a trace amount. Is that what it would be?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's trace amounts in all kinds of plants. Those are just a couple examples that people can research themselves and find out. You know, the human brain. Now, Steve, it's not up to me to question God on what he does. He put the plan here for some sort of reason, right? Now, whether that be a natural anti-anxiety medication for man to partake in, or for food products, or whatever it may be. But there's a whole system in your body called the endocannabinoid system that is made just to soak up those cannabinoids from plants such as that. So it's not up to me to question it. I mean, you can call it the devil's lettuce. But is it really the work of the devil, Steve? And, you know, years ago, before we had, you know, like pharmacists, you know, what did we have, Steve, out there in the world? We had what they called apothecaries. And they would take, and basically what apothecary means is a person that gathers herbs and uses them in medicinal practices to help the human, you know. And this was common practice all the way up to about the 1920s, 1930s, when the old DuPonts seen what marijuana uses, how it could benefit the public, you know, Steve. So that, if you ask me, there is only one way to transform the American economy and get it on track. We got to have us a green revolution, Steve, and I ain't talking about solar panels and windmills and everything else. We need to harness the industrial uses of marijuana, Steve. I mean, we can make paper, clothes, all kinds of stuff. We won't have to import oil from Saudi Arabia. I'm not saying shut down the American oil companies or anything like that. But what I'm saying is we don't need all them foreign entanglements. Now, your other presidential candidates out there, they'll tend to agree a bit, but they won't pull the trigger because, you know, they ain't taking a little bit of money in their pockets there, you know, from these big wigs slinging around their billions and millions and whatnot. And, but you know what, Steve, there's no big companies ever hit the inbred redneck presidential campaign with no big donations, buddy. So we can say we are 100% funded by the people, Steve. We're not tangled up in court cases. We're not tangled up in you know, congressional probes into our sons and whatever. We are not dropping nose candy in the White House, Steve. We know where the nose candy in the White House come from now. That was old Joe, what do you know? Nose candy, buddy. I'm telling you, the way it is, the way it's got to be, and the way it was. That's Joe's blow. But, yeah, buddy. Have you got the swimming pool revved up yet?
That we have not. I've drained the pool cover. I got it ready to pull. I'm ready to pull the cover off, but the princess is not ready to open the pool yet. She's in the mode of spring cleaning time. Oh, the joy. After I get through helping her with her spring cleaning, then she'll help me with opening the cement pond, as they call it, right? All right, I did a quick search here because I don't know. I haven't paid attention to weed in years. Let's see. There is what they now call concentrated THC products, like oil, shatter, whatever shatter is, dab, and edibles that have been able to get THC concentrations upwards of 95%. So that's not, I guess, natural grown. It does say medical marijuana concentrations, extraordinarily high THC levels that could range from 40 to 80%. This form of marijuana can be up to 4 times higher than the THC content of what would be high grade or even top shelf marijuana, which normally measures about 20% THC levels. Just for what it's worth, there's the facts.
The pullers and fans are making their plans. Those who promote are making their notes. But the business of pulling is still business, and where sponsorship is concerned, business is booming. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Well, this week's report is just one long commercial. But no apologies from behind this microphone, because these are companies and organizations you need to know because of their investment in our great motorsport. Returning for the 2024 NTPA Championship Pulling Circuit are Case IH, the official farm equipment brand of the NTPA. Case IH's productivity-enhancing products include tractors, combines and harvesters, hay and forage equipment, tillage tools, planting and seeding systems, sprayers and applicators, site-specific farming tools, and utility vehicles. Hot Shot Secret, the official fuel additive of the NTPA. Hot Shot Secret is founded on the principle that fixing engine problems and improving customers' lives are top priorities. Products improve engine performance while solving problems that competitors' products cannot fix. Mack Trailer, the nation's foremost manufacturer of steel and aluminum dump, transfer, flatbed, and drop deck trailers, straight truck bodies, and pneumatic and liquid fertilizer tank trailers, with support for wreck, repair and service, used and leased trailers, and aftermarket parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, the official auto parts store of the NTPA, has become one of the largest specialty retailers of automotive parts, tools, supplies, equipment, and accessories in the United States. Cowtail is a chewy candy snack stick filled with cream. Enjoy original caramel or one of the other flavors, including chocolate brownie, strawberry smoothie, caramel apple, and honey bun. Senpico Lubricants, American-made products, continue to protect billions of dollars worth of their customers' agricultural, construction, and trucking equipment. Ag Protect One Crop Insurance, changing the way farmers view crop insurance. Stop Fire, the world's best fire extinguisher, is the only multi-shot, clean agent fire extinguisher on the market. And joining the NTPA family of sponsors beginning in 2024 are Beck's Hybrids, the official seed company of the NTPA, was founded in 1937 outside Atlanta, Indiana, and has become the nation's third largest seed brand. Beck's helps farmers achieve success from generation to generation through authentic customer experiences, product diversity, practical farm research, seed quality, precision technology, and field performance. Wix Filters manufactures more than 210 million filters each year and ships them to customers in over 80 countries. Wix employs more than 3,500 passionate and dedicated associates who help make the best filters in the world. The Wix Racing Filters catalog covers the full line of Wix Racing oil, air, and fuel filters, along with the Wix line of cast aluminum racing mounting bases. Mitas Tires has designs and sizes for agricultural equipment, material handling machines, construction vehicles, and motorcycles. U.S. Army dedicates its energy in 4 focus areas: warfighting, delivering ready combat formation, continuous transformation, and strengthening the profession. We thank each of these companies and organizations for seeing NTPA Championship Pulling as a way of reaching the heartland of America with their message. In large part due to this explosion of interest in truck and tractor pulling, the NTPA will increase its 2024 end-of-season payout by over $115,000 across its Grand and Regional National Series. So remember, pulling fans and competitors, to support the companies that support the sport you love. Reporting for the NCPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, lastly, some folks just taking a little stroll along the beach in Oregon. They came across something that, no joke, looks like it's truly out of a science fiction movie, something out of an alien feature film. A rare deep-sea creature with, yes, alien-like features had washed ashore. Local beachcombers found, it's called a deep-sea anglerfish, known as the Pacific football fish, just south of Cannon Beach, Oregon. These are very rare fish, to say the least. Only 31 species have ever been recorded worldwide, they say. And why are they so rare? Living in complete darkness. These fish live at 2,000 to 3,300 feet below the sea. They are rarely ever seen. Now, the aquarium didn't see the fish in person, but the person who found the fish sent photos in to the aquarium. The person who found it didn't want to let us have it to preserve it. I guess whoever, finders keepers, they say, but scary stuff. All right, have a safe Wednesday out there. Hump Day, yes, we are halfway there. We'll be working our way toward the weekend. Hope you can come back tonight at the midnight hour Eastern, and we'll kick off a Thursday morning on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I